Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. talk for a minute or so. Just give me a hello and count to 10.
I can't hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Volume. Bring it up.
You can hear me? Okay, well, that's good. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is your volume up all the way?
It was a great season, and what we yeah. What we accomplished was nothing short of amazing, and that was for the town and for all the little kids that came and watched us. It just shows us that we're just a bunch of high school kids, and anybody can achieve what we did if they really put their mind to it and hopes to it. So that was for the town, for our school. We really needed that. So thank you, everybody, for helping us out.
Luke.
Hi, I'm Jordan Hurd, and I would just like to talk about like how much of like a family we created. Like after every practice and every game, we would say like family on three, 1, 2, 3, and family. And we really built one. Like I looked forward to going to practice every day, which I never really did for any other hockey team. Like I always loved hockey, but it was different with this team. Like I wanted to go like hang out with them in the locker room. I think everyone felt the same. The trips were like amazing. Like the most fun was like going out to dinners and stuff like that. Sorry, that's like a quote. And it's always and then yeah, but going into the playoffs, we really we were able to do like what we never thought we could do before. We really came together and worked hard and was able to we got through adversity. Like in most of this, in the final game, we were down twice. We came back in the first period, and we came back in the second period, and then we won it in the end. And we really just never gave up. And we had a dream, and we just never gave up on that dream, and we accomplished it. And we did it as a family.
Hello, I'm Henry Smith. Jordan and Luke really did a good job summing up everything that this season meant to us and our team. But one thing I really want to touch upon is how amazing. I mean, we came together and just how the environment with the team and around the locker room was just awesome. And being able to be a part of a team that really bought in and wanted to achieve something great was just awesome. And leading that team along with Jordan, Ben, and Luke was something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And I'm forever grateful for everyone on this team because each and every one of them brought something to the table that summed up this season and made this season one of the, best seasons ever for me and one of the best teams I've ever played on, whether that was, practicing or just really buying into what our philosophy of, how to play the game and, be a good sport and all that stuff, so.
Would one of you mind introducing everyone on the team? Henry, would you mind? Or Luke? Right.
All right, so when I call your name, come up. Reed Finster, Angus Deeney, Louis Marcelino, Chris Franchini, Gavin Kleinberger, Jordan Hurd, Shep Salamini, Griffin Evans, Will Crotty, Dean Shannon, Daniel Mitrione, Henry Smith, Zach Long, Nick Scampoli, Eric Elbury, Sam Long, Zaid Karame, and we have a few that couldn't make it, along with our captain Ben Rosenberg and Chris Ripple, and I'm Luke Green.
Thank you.
And Jack Mallins.
And how many of you guys had brothers on the other state championship team? Anybody here?
We
I
had
know at least one.
5.
5?
Yeah, me, Jordan, Griffin, Shep, and Ben Rosenberg. Yeah.
A badge to take back to your families. Fighting words with your brother now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Clearly, accomplishments like this do not happen without the best of leadership. So we are very honored this year. We're saddened, but very honored to honor your coach. Coach Edwitz. The board has a proclamation that Ms. DiDomenico is going to read. I'm going to have it right here to present to the coach. Again, not just a legacy of success, but one of significance and leaving an incredible legacy on the Pelham Public Schools. Coach, there's nothing we can say that's going to ever equal the accolades you deserve, but your team has really done a great job of communicating that. So, Ms. DiDomenico, if you want to...
Coach Witz, you want to step out? You don't have to hide behind the team. This is all about you right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's in our board resolution format, so sorry for the formality, but it makes it very official. Whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Mr. Edward Witz, Pelham Memorial High School ice hockey coach from 1985 to 2022, for his dedication and service to the student athletes of Pelham Memorial High School and the Pelham Union Free School District. And whereas Coach Witt served as varsity ice hockey coach for 37 years, establishing one of the most successful and storied hockey programs in New York State. And whereas during his tenure, Coach Witt sought to challenge his players by creating the toughest possible schedule each year, requiring the team to travel and persevere against the state's best hockey teams and beat them. And whereas, despite the challenging schedule, the Pelicans and Coach Witz amassed 512 career coaching victories, including 15 league titles, 12 Section 1 championships, and 8 regional titles. And whereas the Pelicans won their first ever New York State Division II championship and most recently captured a second state championship in 2022. And whereas Coach Witz represented the Pelham community with grace and honor, set a positive example for his players to grow as individuals and leaders, served as a role model to all, and positively impacted the lives of hundreds of Pelham students. And whereas Coach Witz and the ice hockey program's unprecedented success has contributed to a thriving youth hockey program, been instrumental in boosting school spirit, and contributed to the identity of Pelham as a, in quotes, hockey town. Be it therefore resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincerest gratitude to Coach Witz for his incredible service to our students and community. And although the community will miss your leadership, commitment to excellence on and off the ice, and deep care for our Pelicans, the Pelham Public Schools wishes you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and despite your retirement, know that in Pelham, you will always be known as Coach. Adopted April 6, 2022.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for your support.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to your studies.
So maybe if you guys meet with Coach Witz in the back, Mr. Wolf will take a picture of you guys.
Oh, we need a picture.
Do you want to take a picture?
We need a picture. Zai, stay. Yeah. Yeah, we need to take a picture.
Yeah, why don't you guys go too?
You don't get state championship.
No, you guys should go. I think you should go too.
Go, guys. Hey, everyone, picture.
One quid. Yeah, I see you backing over.
Is that enough?
Ed, do you want to jump in, coach?
It's an honor. I said, you don't get those opportunities very often.
I know.
I told you it was my first principalship.
Motion to adjourn?
I know, right?
It was basketball and field hockey. I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. Not realizing this is very rare. Enjoyed this, but that was Lakeland.
Okay.
Anyway, field hockey. I was there on the first year.
Okay, now back to business. So I'm thrilled that we got the chance to honor Coach Witz and his years of service in the district and that and all the stuff that he accomplished in Pelham during his time. And I love opportunities to celebrate our students. So often we talk about them, but they're not here to join us, which I know is something that we said we'd like to be more intentional about, celebrating their successes, but hearing from them. So I thank all of the team for coming tonight and joining us. As I mentioned at our last meeting, one of the main responsibilities of the board during this time of the year is the review and adoption of a school budget, which the community can vote on. The budget was initially presented to the board in February and then in March at our line-by-line meeting. And we had further opportunities to discuss the budget at the start of March at our last meeting and then tonight. So tonight's meeting gives us one more opportunity for the board to discuss the budget and for the chance to revisit some of the budget-related topics we raised at our last meeting before the board votes officially on the budget at our meeting on April 19th. There's no doubt that COVID has left a deep impact on all of our students in some way. We were fortunate in our last budget to have federal grant funding to support anticipated student academic and social emotional needs as we transitioned back to full-time in-person learning. Knowing that the student need was something that we had to take an especially close look at this year, with the help of the administrators, the board determined this summer that our work sessions would focus on, that our work sessions and our administrative presentations this year would focus on transitions back to school and our students' academic and emotional needs in light of the pandemic. As a reminder, all of our work sessions and our meetings give the board the opportunity to focus on important topics related to our schools in public meeting so that the community can learn along with us. Work sessions also give the board the chance to take a deeper dive on district programs, which become pertinent to the decisions we make throughout the year, particularly when it comes to budget season. For those of you who are not able to join us at those work sessions or haven't watched them online, they are archived on the district website under the Board of Education tab. With the impacts of COVID on our students evolving, these work sessions were especially instrumental in the development of this year's budget to ensure that we were crafting plans for the coming year which would best meet current student needs. So what comes next after the board votes on the budget? Over the next few weeks, Dr. Champ and Mr. Rickey will hold a series of scheduled events, I think you call it the road show, in the community and at different organizations and PTA meetings so that there's further opportunity to discuss the budget and to answer questions. On May 4th, the board will hold our state-mandated budget hearing, followed by the school budget vote and school board member election on Tuesday, May 17th. So it's a busy time of year, to say the least. So next, just have to transition to our minutes. Is section 3, which is the approval of the minutes. I'd like to take a motion to approve the business meeting minutes of March 23rd, 2022. Do I have a motion? So moved. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Thank you, Ian, for keeping up. I forgot you were on the screen. Okay, next is administrative and committee reports. 4.1 is the superintendent's report. Dr. Champ.
Thank you so much. And again, it was the highlight, of course, of tonight. The hockey team was really just great to see them. And we are hoping to have additional student recognitions. We're hoping that the Pelham will be able to be with us next time. And I'm working with Dr. Callahan to bring students who have achieved in science research, science Olympiad, all the various science competitions, hopefully to one of our June board meetings. So really great to see the successes that have come out of this year, despite all the challenges. Just a couple little brag sheet items from the high school in addition to the hockey team. I know many of you were able to enjoy the Sock and Buskin recent production of Bright Star. Congratulations, as always, to Mr. Beck, Mr. Schleifer, and the entire Sock and Buskins program. my husband and I always comes up. My husband comes up, was actually nice for us because, he's starting to get up and around a little bit more. So to be able to come up for our date nights that we like to do for the school plays, we come and have dinner and go to the show. I'm always amazed at how the caliber and the quality of the shows. And every year I walk away thinking, that's the best show I've ever seen. It can't get any better. And then the next year comes and it's better. And congratulations to them for that show. And all that they've accomplished. And it was kind of like so many events, like the hockey parade, like even tonight, to be able to be back in the auditorium, full capacity, maskless show. It was just, you walk away feeling just so happy that the experience alone just brings joy and brings some unity and back together. I can't say enough. And it was nice to have my husband be able to join and to see a lot of folks he hasn't seen in a while. Also, Saturday, March 19th, the Pelham Memorial High School Forensic Speech Team competed at the Grand New York City qualifier tournament hosted online by Stuyvesant High School. Congratulations to the following students who are national qualifiers. Senior Oliver Tam, who was in the play also, and Aiden Zusin in duo interpretation, freshman Uma Kancharla and Catherine Connolly in duo interpretation, junior Leah Sherbansky in oral interpretation. These speakers will be representing New York at the Grand National Championships held in Washington, D.C. over Memorial Day weekend. Also, as I said, I'm working with Dr. Callahan to bring our science, our students who've excelled in the sciences to the meeting in June. I know Dr. Garcia and a number of administrators had the chance to watch the WESF award ceremony. That was quite something. It was kind of like it felt like the Academy Awards, I think, of science for high school, packed house, celebration, really exciting vibe. There's far too many students to mention tonight. We'll be recognizing them in June. But I do want to point out that we had 3 students, which is the maximum allowable, awarded finalist level of achievement, advancing to the International Science and Engineering Fair, the Regeneron. It's that highest science fair achievement that we all aim for. Julia Meyerson, Olivia Pollack, and Leah Sherbansky all qualified to move on to that level. So we're incredibly proud. I don't know, and Steve, I don't know if you know this or not. Have we ever had 3 qualifying at that level? I think this is the first time in the history of the school.
Yeah. And if you watched it, the kids kept on being called up in different awards and different levels, and it was just, it was like a concert.
Yeah.
And moving out of COVID, it was just a little surprising, right? I mean, it was interesting.
A bunch of scientists all
Yes,
crammed in a room with no
was.
masks.
But I was amazed at just the number of students from Pelham who were being awarded. The 3 is the top. We've never had anything like that before.
There was one point at which I was like, why aren't they saying Pelham? Why aren't they saying Pelham? But it was because they were at the lower levels of awards. They got to the higher levels, and then our kids were very, very present there. So really exciting. Congratulations to Dr. Callahan, to Steve Baltekis, Joe DeBello, and the whole science research program. They continue to just fire on all cylinders, and we're looking forward to having them to celebrate them. Quick update on the PPS search. The board met with our search consultant this evening just for an update on the process. We'll be meeting finalist candidates following the break and hope to have a recommendation to the board for appointment by the end of April, beginning of May, depending on how those next steps play out. So we appreciate the efforts of the interview committee. We had a shared stakeholder committee, a group of parents, faculty, administrators, and support staff. And it was a really great group. They gave us great feedback. And we look forward to advancing that process. And then finally, just a little bit on the budget process. I know that's tonight's main discussion. And I'm not going to take too much time at this point because we've prepared a lot. Because we know there's a number of outstanding issues, as this is our last chance to really talk as a governance team about how we want that final budget to look. But just to add to some of the pieces that Jessica shared, internally within the district, what we do is around November, Jim's office sends to all the different departments and schools requests for their initial budget proposals. And we start there. By the end of December, those are due back. We then, as a leadership team, as a cabinet, with our district treasurer, we sit and we go through every request. Every staff member, we go through soup to nuts, all the detail of the budget, as Jim's office is working to assemble that into our initial budget draft. And that usually occurs during January, late February. That's when, as the board knows, I present my initial draft of the preliminary budget, just in kind of top themes and notes. And then when we get to our March line by line, that was March 5th this year, that's where the board has the opportunity to go line by line through the budget, understand what is comprised within that budget. And then we have our series of meetings, such as we're having tonight, with the goal of adopting at our next board meeting on April 19th, which is the statutory deadline. We had originally had a meeting scheduled for the 20th. Governor made a change related to military ballots and pushed that deadline back to the 19th, hence the change in our meeting date. So we look forward to that next week. And then, of course, all in anticipation of the May 17th budget vote. So thank you to Jim, to Jackie, their entire office, who continues to do outstanding work as we work to evolve and finalize all the details in this budget and make sure that it is really suited to the needs of our students in our district. So I'm going to end there because there's a lot more to talk about tonight, and I want to get on to the main topics.
Okay, so next is 4.2, which is our Board of Education Committee reports. I have a report, but I want to see if others want to report out. Okay.
And if you have one too.
I've got one
Okay,
else.
jumped in as.
I got one as well. I think.
All right, we met a lot.
Go ahead. Ladies first.
Okay. The Finance Committee met on Monday. As Dr. Champ was just discussing, at this time of year, there are a lot of moving pieces, right? So there are a number of things that Jim and Dr. Champ wanted to bring us up to speed on so that we would have time to talk about them tonight. So we discussed salaries and benefits because when the original budget was put together, some of those contracts had not been finalized. So now that they are, there's some shifting just from, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but one line to another, but, Jim wanted to make sure that we were all aware of that. And everything that I'm covering today will be, part of Jim's discussion later, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions and look at slides and any number of things, right? Good. We also talked about transportation. So transportation requests are up this year, which means that we'll have to budget a bit more in the transportation line than we had anticipated. So April 1st was that deadline, so now we have a pretty clear sense of what those transportation requests are. The status of the state budget comes down to the line every year. We met Monday morning. I believe the final update was Monday evening. Oh, they're not done yet. Okay, we were expecting the final update Monday evening. Okay, so they didn't finish. All right, so there are still some pieces outstanding from the state, so we'll obviously have to take that into consideration. We wanted to talk about different levers that we could pull in terms of the overall tax rate and the impact on the community. So we talked about what those different levers are, and we'll get into more detail on that later. And the use of fund balances and reserves, which we've been talking about for a couple of weeks now, and we'll talk about again further tonight. I think that's everything, right? So we covered? Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Should I jump in?
Sure.
Okay. On Monday, March 28th, the Audit Committee met to discuss the results of a recently completed New York State Office of State Controller audit of the school district's IT security controls. Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but every 5 years or so, the state comes in, they select a different area of our school, and they do their audit.
That's correct.
Okay. Based upon this, and it's in draft form right now, 2 items came up in the audit, which in the large scheme of things is really not that bad. And just to digress a little bit, the audit review period was actually a 17-month period from July of 19 through November of 20. So that's a fairly long audit period, in my opinion, anyway. But that being said, the two items of concern that the report came up with was the number of unneeded employee user accounts and the number of unneeded student user accounts. So the employees, which would be your teachers or ex-teachers, and the students. In addition to that, the second point that they were concerned about was our contingency plans, a formal document of our contingency plans in case a disaster ever occurred. So, valid. The audit committee listened to Mr. Sabalos, as well as Mr. Avi Verma from the BOCES that came in. He gave a good perspective. They're an IT partner of ours. It actually was very informative, I know for myself. The long and short of it is that a lot of the programs that they said we didn't have, Mr. Sabalos actually did have. It was a timing thing. John actually started in the school district less than a year before this audit review period took place. And a lot of the things that came up were in the process, but they weren't fully implemented yet. So they were in a draft state, if you will. Based upon all these discussions, I felt a lot better with the findings of it. And just to give people an understanding of what winds up happening now is their audit is still in draft form. Once it becomes in final form, we have 90 days to get out a corrective action plan to them. Is that correct, Jim?
That's correct.
Okay, where we basically state our position. We state what our corrective action remedies or plans are in that case, and basically give a timeline as to when these things will be fully implemented. So I'm very comfortable. I think John is doing an unbelievable job. I think John's whole team is doing an unbelievable job. And we do have to take a step back, too, and realize that this audit review period was during pandemic, where nobody was in, everyone was working to the best of their ability. So I'm okay with this. I'm okay with what John told us. I'm okay with what Avi told us. And that feeling is not only shared by myself, but everyone on the audit committee. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would second that. It was a good presentation, and you know, John is he's very up on every aspect of our IT program, and he certainly understood the context of those comments and was able to address each and every one of them convincingly.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
I would definitely second that.
Thank you. You want to give your update?
Oh, am I the last? Okay.
I have one, but I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, we also, even though it's not a board committee, we had the CCC too, and I'm prepared to give an update. I didn't know if Ian wanted to jump in on that.
Yeah,
too.
I
A
was
couple
not
more.
there, so if one of you would do it, that would definitely be better.
Do you want to do that and then John? Or?
Yeah, Ian, do you want me to give the CCC report?
It would be great if you did. Thank you.
Great, sure. Really appreciative for the skill set of the committee members. I reached out to Aaron Larkin, one of the members on the committee who's got a strong background in DEI work, in particular, great background in protocols. So we worked on a protocol to take a look at the job description for the DEI coordinator role. And I thought it was a really beneficial conversation for myself to hear from folks kind of what their thoughts were, some feedback on how it was designed, potential high point, benefits of the role, but also potential areas that need clarity, things to watch out for. So I'm going to be making a few revisions to that. I think the model as it stands right now, we are continuing to go forward that. We did have a lot of talk internally at the cabinet level, even initially, about where is the right place in the organizational structure for it. And that was some of the debate that came from the protocol. Should it be an administrative top-down position or a more teacher-level, grassroots, kind of bottom-up position? And given the way that we've used those roles in the past, even with the feedback from the protocol, I think it reinforced to me that that's the right place still. Folks, I had questions, too, about it, how viable it is for one person to do all the work. So we had reduced the job description down to really just a couple key functions, that of facilitating the CCC, being a liaison to students and parents, families, and assisting with professional development. So they made some suggestions around clarity in those roles, so we're still working on that. Their students brought up a really good aspect that I thought because it's in the teacher line, it would be someone in the community, who's already in the school community, who's serving as some sort of role within the teacher's unit, which could be a teacher, but it could also be a clinician, a psychologist, social worker, et cetera. They said it might be kind of strange if they used the example of a chemistry teacher. If we know them as a chemistry teacher, but now they're in this role, would that be kind of strange to go to them for these kinds of issues? I thought that's probably, that's definitely worth thinking about. But then at the end of the day, with positions like this, we know it's about the person, and that person, if they're the right person, can make that relationship work. But it did give me pause to think about maybe as we go forward, it might make sense to look a little bit more heavily towards someone who is more of a clinical background, because they're more accessible, they're more accustomed to those kind of conversations. So that was some really great feedback there. And we talked some too about the concept of why the role reports to the superintendent. And again, different thoughts around that. And I think, again, in reflecting on that conversation, when I look at our strategic plan, I look at our current structure, Dr. Garcia has led the work on authentic learning. Julia Chung and now Rosemary, a lead person on the whole child work. And we really haven't had someone leading the role of cultural competence. It is too big to put on my plate, but also it is something that is critically, I think, something I value, and I think critically important that is led by a senior member of the district staff. So having someone to help be a partner with me in facilitating that work, I see as valuable. Even though it's a slightly different structure, it gives better capacity for someone to work with me so that I can oversee those aspects of the strategic plan moving forward as well. So I think it was good feedback on the role. I'm going to tweak the job description slightly. I think the role, as it's conceptualized at the moment, is a good starting point. And that was another piece we talked about. If it's successful, if we're seeing that it's making positive school culture impacts, then it gives us the opportunity down the road to expand if we so choose. So that was, I think it was really helpful conversation. We got good feedback from folks. So, I don't know, Ian, if you wanted to add anything to that or capture most of that.
No, I think you captured it. I thought the use of protocols was very powerful, so thank you to Erin. But I think it made the meeting, I think, far more productive and gave everyone an opportunity to give insights. So I thought that was very helpful.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. John?
We had a facilities committee meeting on Monday morning, and we basically discussed 3 areas. We discussed the bond projects, the progress on that, some issues that have come up. We talked about the capital reserve fund that's been proposed, and we talked about the issue of Julianne's playground in general, but also how that sort of turns into a larger district-wide issue of playgrounds. So I'm going to hit only the highlights on the bond projects because we could be here for an hour talking about just that. But the demolition at Hutch is progressing nicely, and I think the demolition will be complete in a few weeks, and then continuing on with the construction of the fields and the playgrounds would proceed after that, with completion, I think, by the end of the summer for sure. So that's a high point. We're making some changes in the high school plans. Being one of the latter projects as part of this bond issue, of course, between the time it was conceived and now, certain things have been rethought. For instance, the need for an additional art studio has created some changes in the shuffling that's going on in the old superintendent's office area and the business area. So that's being reviewed now. There'll be some money implications for that, but we're doing well overall with our reserves on that, so I don't think we should have an issue with it. I think those are the highlights, basically. There's a lot more going on there, obviously, but I think it's more important to talk about the other 2 subjects. We had a very lively discussion about capital reserves, a frank discussion, and I think there's some people in that committee and some people in the community who are concerned that the capital reserves are being earmarked for other things other than infrastructure and critical necessary projects. And I may have contributed to that confusion, so I apologize if I did. But because I think I mentioned something about playgrounds and capital reserves last meeting. It was me. I'm sorry. Apologize. But I think it's clear, and I think the committee is all in agreement that the whole point of this capital reserve is to create a fund for critical infrastructure projects. And to that end, Mr. Rickey has created, going back to our last facility survey, which was 15. Every 5 years, the board is required to conduct a survey of all the facilities and create a long-term plan, spending plan, and a facilities report. The last one was in 15, and so we went back to that and culled through those projects, most of which were taken care of in the last bond, but some of which were not, done. So those are priority items, and then there's a few things that have come to our attention since then. After all, it was 7 years ago? So Mr. Rickey has compiled this list to try to give more meat on the bones of what actually would be targeted projects for Capital Reserve Fund. So he's going to talk about that later, but that's part of the discussion. What came out of that discussion was trying to define more carefully, what it is we mean. What are we trying to save for? So I think that was a useful discussion. Then we talked about the playgrounds because, it wasn't really on our radar until we became aware of certain broken equipment at Julianne's playground. And, unsurprisingly strong neighborhood reaction to, having broken and defaced equipment in the playground. And I actually frequent that playground. It's not near my house, but it's, in my opinion, one of the better playgrounds in Pelham, so it's sort of disconcerting to see that it's in that level of disrepair. But what that subject brought up to us as a facilities committee is, it's not just Julianne's playground. There are other playgrounds that have similar needs, and the need for the district to do sort of a bigger survey overall of the playgrounds and come up with a plan, whether it's a 5-year plan, 6-year plan, however long it takes, to address those needs, to identify issues and come up with a plan to address them. So that was a topic of discussion. Funding that is not even been discussed at this point. We did make some emergency repairs at Julianne's playground. That's in progress, and there are capital funds available in the regular budget for those kinds of emergencies. But once you get to a certain size, I mean, these playgrounds new is what would you say, $250,000, something like that. So they're not insignificant projects, and there's lots to go into figuring out what to do. So anyway, that was discussed, and that was basically we discussed all that in 1 hour, and I'm sure Jim will dive more deeply into it in his presentation that we'll hear in a few minutes. But that's. You have anything to add?
No, I think you got it.
Just the facade of the high school. The
part that's falling down?
The stone pieces will show up, are expected for delivery April 18th.
Thank you.
With installation soon thereafter. So we're excited about that.
It's been a long time.
It has.
But I like the netting in the front.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we're nearing a time when we're going to be scaffold-free across this district, which is a big win.
That'll last a year.
There'll be some other scaffolding up. Okay, so lastly, we had our Community Outreach and Advocacy Committee meeting the 2 days after our last meeting, so it would have been 2 weeks ago this Friday. And I think I mentioned at another report that I gave that we, with the help of Alex, we restructured this committee a little bit into 3 subcommittees, one to work on advocacy at the state level regarding our budgeting, one to work on communications, and another one to work on community outreach. Fortunately, due to foundation aid, our advocacy committee got to kind of swiftly do their job and advocate. There wasn't a lot to advocate for, which is a treat for once. And so that group finished their work early. Alex has been working with a team of parents to look at a bunch of the different types of communications that we send out to the community and templates that he has for them to get some community feedback on them. They've also been considering the use of a third-party review on our district communications. As we emerge from the pandemic, communications is always a discussion that we've talked about before my time on the board. But as we emerge from COVID and with technology ever-changing and social media ever-changing, we know the landscape of communication has changed along with it. We also know that there are a lot of new people who have moved to the community who are new to the way our schools work and our protocols. We know that our community has always been engaged, but it is even more engaged than ever before. And we just know the landscape of our schools has also changed. So we're still exploring this as a group, and Alex has considered a few different vendors, and that's something that we'll bring back to the committee and then report back to you, but I wanted to be able to mention it. So my group has been focusing, at the beginning of the year, and our board goals is, I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but it's to be intentional about outward, like person-to-person community engagement. So that was obviously very lost during COVID when we were all behind screens. So we've been considering all the community outreach and our board coffees and the opportunities in which we get to interface with our community members. And my group came up with a pitch for a potential year-long campaign to for the to bring the community together over constructive and civil conversations about our students and their needs. So we decided to start small and to leverage some opportunities that Dr. Champ already has in the community. I mentioned the meetings that she'll have regarding the budget, where she goes to different PTA meetings and whatnot. So the idea was to pick a couple of those meetings. We're going to actually have 4 of them, and it's called Let's Talk Out from Behind the Screens. This came from a community member. Given that it's spring and that the pandemic is winding down, or at least at the moment being treated endemically, we want the board and the administrators to have an opportunity to meet parents where they are. So the idea is that at drop-off and pick-up at each of the elementary schools, we would have sessions, kind of like our board coffees, but more like a listening opportunity to hear what's on parents' minds. Engagement is not just having parents volunteering in schools and, in the cafeteria and at recess, or signing up to do food drives. It's listening and engaging in that way. So 2 of the dates have been set up so far, and we'll come back with others, but on April 28th at Sayonori Outdoor Classroom at 8:30, right after drop-off, we'll be there, indoors if it rains. And then also at 3:30 in the new Hutchinson Atrium on May 2nd. And then we're going to schedule one after drop-off at Colonial and one at Prospect Hill after drop-off. So hopefully I'll be able to, we'll send that out, but I'll be able to report back on that at our next meeting. So I think that's it for now. So next would be the Assistant Superintendent's update on authentic learning, Dr. Garcia.
Hi, good evening. And I mentioned this in my board update earlier, I guess last week, when you guys received it, but I want to say this to the community as well. So last week we did have our ELA exams, and it does kind of begin the change from the pandemic, when one year the ELAs and math exams, state exams were not offered, and then last year when it was this little bit of a hybrid experience with state exams. So just wanted to mention that the state did have big plans for changing the standards, because there was a lot of controversy a few years ago with the Common Core standards, and there was a lot of feedback from parents throughout the state, and there were also a large number of opt-out of state exams. This is now pre-COVID. 2019, we had many children opt out of exams. So they did push back a lot of these changes, but now the wave is coming. So we're going to have some major changes in standards and also exams, in standardized exams the next few years. For instance, next year will be the first year of the new ELA and math exams. They call it the Next Generation ELA and Math Standards. That's in spring 2023. Then the following year, the elementary grade 5 and grade 8 science exams will also be administered with the new standards. They used to have those exams in 4th grade, and they're moving then to 5th grade. It's going to be a cumulative exam, which is different than it's been in the past, where it's just basically one grade level. So that major exam will be changing in 2 years. The biology and earth science Regents exams will then change in 2025, and the chemistry and physics Regents, which we don't offer the physics Regents now, those exams will change in 2026. So there's a new emphasis to kind of gear up for this change. And I just feel, I spoke to my regional colleagues as well, and BOCES in Northern Westchester and also Southern Westchester, basically to say, hey, I think we need to have some refresher courses for our, not only teachers, but for our administrators as well. We've been a little bit, I think, preoccupied with other needs for the past few years, rightfully so, but the fact of the matter is that we do have new standards coming down, and the teachers have been working towards them, but it's starting to heat up over the next few years. So we just don't want to lose focus on it, and it will have an impact on our kids and also our programs. Luckily, we do have good partners in BOCES, and they've been providing supports along the way, but I think it's going to, like I said, sort of heat up. And just in terms of, I know there's a question about opt-outs, and the numbers are definitely down from, and I use really the baseline from not necessarily last year, but 2019. I don't have the numbers for 2019, but I can just tell you unofficially, at the elementary schools, Colonial had 1 child opt out. Hutchinson had 17 children, which is usually much higher than that. 17 is really not many. Prospect had about 9 kids, and Illinois had 7 kids. So those numbers are pretty drastically down from 2019. The middle school usually has more, but still Lynn Sabia said that those numbers were also down from previous years. So 30 kids in 6th grade did not take it. That's about 14% of the ELA kids did not take it. 28 in 7th grade, which is roughly, again, 14%. And then usually we have a large number of opt-outs in 8th grade in math and ELA. There were 83 students out of 222, which seems high, but in terms of what it has been in the past, that number also did drop. So we'll also see what happens with the math exam and whether we'll have that number of opt-outs as well. We predict that usually it does kind of level off a little bit, but that exam will start the week after spring break we get back. I think that is the week of the 26th of April. Okay, that's
To the week after.
the week after
Yeah.
we get back. Not the week after break, the week after break. And I just want to give, I was participating with, I was watching the PD sessions this afternoon with our elementary teachers, and I just want to give some just accolades to the 2 major areas. It was Tom Callahan and Beth Finkelstein going over the Science 21 curriculum and some changes with that, which do reflect changes with the standards, which are much more engineering or making, more of a maker mindset, which is really intriguing. And then also Dr. Thompson, Maria Thompson, Kate Alex, who's our ELA staff developer, and Alicia Del Mastro, working with teachers on the online book selections that we have using the MyOn Renaissance book bundles. And we're just helping teachers making sure that they can bundle those books for the kids in just different ways virtually. So that was really, there were really 2 good PD sessions that were offered to our teachers. They were all there after school virtually, because really, to be honest with you, doing that type of PD, getting them all together, does take some time away when they move from school to school, but having them online, I thought that it was very effective, so I want to thank our 2 administrators for leading that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question? 5 or 6 years ago, on the question of opt-outs, there was a lot of controversy about, the number of standardized tests and the pressure on kids and teaching to the tests and all that other stuff. That was, some districts basically didn't have anybody taking tests. So how do you think the sort of mindset, if you will, has changed from those times?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because I thought about that as well. I really do believe the main factor, especially this year with the number of students who decided to participate and parents to participate, was due to the fact that they want some information on their kids and see how they're doing, right? And I think that also they've been distracted by COVID. In a sense, there was a lot of, just fury about state exams and standardized testing in 2018-19. That's where we kind of saw the height. And the pandemic kind of obviously took over as a different concern and a focus. This is my opinion, by the way. This is not no research based on it. But I think that parents, think about it. They were out of school for a while. Why do we want to take kids out again just to, to avoid taking a state test? And I think that maybe there's a different mindset about it. It could change, though. Trust me. Who knows in 2 years, once there's a sense of normalcy that comes back, there could be another campaign against standardized tests, and who knows. But I just think that the past few years, it kind of stopped it. People were thinking about other things. And I think that's really not the most important, item on maybe some people's minds is opting out.
I could add a little bit
Yeah.
to that, because I actually did some research on that.
Yeah.
That was my dissertation touched on some of these some of this. I think a lot of what happened back then, the whole Regents Reform agenda, which really kind of followed suit with Race to the Top, had a couple key components to it. It was high stakes accountability, so there was the teacher APPR, teacher evaluation, principal evaluation changed, hinged upon student test results. And then you also had the factor that I think blew it up was the In Bloom, remember In Bloom?
Yes,
Yes.
the data harvesting
Data
of
harvesting.
information for students.
And there were significant concerns about third-party, student information, privacy, et cetera. I think those three levers together created a scenario that I think really drove the opt-out movement. It felt like I remember that was also the Common Core curriculum was being implemented at the same time. Those were really the four pieces. It was very federally driven, and I think people in our local school districts did not like federal government telling them how to run their local school districts. So a lot of those dynamics going on at time. But I think that all fueled itself into parents felt they wanted control over something, and the thing that they could control was their children taking the test.
And that's, it's good to get that history behind it. I just wonder whether in the next few years, really that whole environment.
Things have changed significantly.
Right, I mean, the whole environment of the federal, state, and state testing approach and how it does bleed into the schools, that's still there. Like, it didn't go away. It went away for basically a year or so, but it's still there. And you also then change the face of the Common Core and calling it next generation standards, but it's still there, right? So I'm just wondering whether we may have a different mindset. Parents may have a different mindset in the next few years. We'll see. But
Well,
in the,
Go ahead. I was just going to say, I also had a number of parents very mindful of the fact that because we've been without standardized testing for the last couple of years, that so much of, while you are gathering information, data point about your students' progress, it's also important for your students knowing that testing is always going to be a part of their educational experience, to get that testing experience, and to feel that pressure. And so I had a lot of parents tell me that was the reason. They weren't as worried about the score necessarily, but they really wanted their child. Some children have never even sat for a standardized test because they've been canceled every year they'd be eligible to take one. So I know that was on parents' minds too.
I just wonder if the desire to know how your child has progressed through the COVID is overweighing concerns about testing too much.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's a factor as well. I mean, I'm a parent whose both children did not take a test last year, right, because we chose for them not to take a test. Personal reasons, it's like every other parent who makes that. But this year, my child, my fifth grader, didn't have that experience. Never took a standardized test like that before. So, it is an experience. It's part of their, I think, academic skill set. And, we'll see how it goes. Teachers did have some things to say, and principals had something to say about the exams, right? I mean, day 2 was a little bit more funkier, let's say, than day 1. Just in terms of, I think, certain expectations, they were a little caught off guard by them. But then again, we don't know what questions are field-based questions, which are not actually going to be scored, versus those who are part of the standard. I mean, I do have a little thought. Whenever the state likes to make major changes, quote unquote, to their tests, they kind of play with the previous year's exams. What I've seen, like the year before the major change, they mix up the questions, and they just try out different questions. So it feels like there's already a change before the official change. That could be what happened this year as well, and we'll see how the kids, perform.
Maybe they'll get us our results sooner rather than later. That will be another incentivizing factor to have parents say, yes, I want my kids to take the test.
Yeah. And I would add too, I think this is why, it really is like a reset year, I think, in a lot of ways, because the test this year is not going to be comparable whatsoever, as you said.
No,
to any
this
of
is like the new
prior exams.
baseline.
Right, so it's a new baseline, I think, and I know that, we have talked about a, data dashboard, and we built into the budget a data dashboard. I think this is going to, that will be a piece that will bring us value as we start to get state assessments. And I know Steve has been working with Mohawk
Regional.
To see, for them to see the interactivity of our current data systems with that system, so to see if we can move forward with that project sooner than later. So, because I think there is while things blew up with state assessments back in, as I said, the race to the top days, I think we all recognize there is an educational value, instructional value as well, to the data that we're using formatively with students, benchmarks and so.
Stu, sorry.
Yes.
Will we have an
I mean,
opportunity?
one question.
It's Ian.
Ian, please, yes.
No, just one question. Given, I agree with you that the state is going to be shifting the standards, and, the truth is it's a moving target, and it's not always aligned with necessarily a standard of excellence in terms of what they land at, in terms of what proficiency means. So just in light of that, how do you think about this idea of Pelham's own standard of excellence that we are marching towards, regardless of what the state is doing, because that's something we can't control. But this idea that, we have a sense of how we want our kids to be doing in math or reading their science or the arts. Just how do you think about that?
No, that's interesting. I think that that was always in the back of my mind, I think, in terms of the standardized tests and whether they'd really measured what a school district values, right? And what we think is a standard of excellence or just a standard of proficiency. And I think that's what many districts were kind of trying to combat over the past decade, saying, hey, we could do, quote unquote, we could do a better job than the state in terms of determining what levels of proficiency are. And I think that's been sort of the challenge for school districts. And I think moving forward, it'd be interesting to kind of see what the state is actually, looking at and what those scores actually mean, and even just the writings. And I do believe, for the most part, because of the programs that we have, whether, we do have the Readers Writers Workshop, whether we have Math in Focus, it's not directly written from the New York State Common Core standards or the next generation standards. So I'm hoping that at least the programs that kids experience isn't solely dependent on what the state decides as levels of proficiency. It's more internally what we think. But I think more work can be done in that fashion in terms of identifying what those levels of proficiency are internally, what we think would be best in recognition of a place like Pelham.
Yeah, and also recognize that the state tests are only in math, ELA, and science.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of other stuff going on that we should, just again continue to peg towards a standard that we think is inclusive of but superior to whatever New York State has set.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. I'm sorry, Leah. Yes.
I was just going to say, something that you started talking about were some changes that were going to come down over the next few years to the regions as well as the state test. And I was just wondering, as time goes forward, not now, if we'll have an opportunity to hear about some of those changes. I remember recently there were changes to the global regions, I think.
Yeah,
And
yes.
that was also phased in, to your point.
Yeah.
So
I
not
think
now, but.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's that global has. This is actually the year that there's a major change with the global curriculum. It was supposed to be phased in, but we missed a couple of years. But anyway, and then the state didn't really care. They just moved forward with it. There's that transition period, but this year is like everyone's taking the new global history of regions, which is based on 10th grade material, not accumulation between 9th and 10th grade, which is, I think, a good thing. But this is the new year for the regions in U.S. history. So yes, I think it'd be a good idea in the future just to kind of bring out some more specifics about what that was like, the experience, whether they thought it was a major curriculum shift for them or a testing shift for them or just a different way of thinking or applying their knowledge. So I think that's definitely a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next is 4.4, Assistant Superintendent's update on the whole child.
Thanks, Jessica. We're talking about regulations tonight, and as you know, PPS, special education, is so highly regulated. So the Individuals with Disabilities Act requires states to have a state performance plan, and in that performance plan, there are indicators, and each year you're charged with meeting a rigorous target in one of the indicators. So for 21-22, Pelham was charged with Indicator 13, which is a self-review monitoring protocol on secondary transition individualized education programs, review of students with disabilities. So basically, the department is doing their own review on 30 randomly selected IEPs, but the process is rigorous. You know, the paperwork is extensive. And I have to thank up front, our secondary supervisor, Greg Loud, led the charge. Not so fun to do in the summer with a team of teachers. He had Kathy Lieggi from the middle school, special ed teacher Jessica Waters from the high school, Gina Archer, our counselor, who we're so pleased to join us in this. She's from the middle school now, and Lisa Holmes from the high school. So just understand that the PPS staff over the years, the psychologists, the teachers, the counselors, everyone's been so well trained about how IEPs have to look in terms of showing a student voice in their transition and making sure that we're not just checking boxes, but we truly understand the students and they participate. So in the review, they were looking at things such as appropriate measurable post-secondary goals that are annually updated, age-appropriate transition assessments that we have to conduct as the students are 15 years and older, transition services, courses of study. And just today, I had the opportunity to sit with one of our 11th graders in his annual review, and just to see the process is really wonderful. He's telling us what he's expecting for his transition. I mean, it's amazing that the kids have been trained to have these conversations. So all of this gets to incredibly good news. You have to be 100% compliant to pass this indicator, and Pelham was. So again, I want to really thank the staff, because it's their professional completion of the IEP that gets us to that compliance, but also it's their understanding of the spirit of the law and the regulations. And I think that's been through years of practice. We also were compliant the last time around, but it just shows that we haven't lost our view of what transition is and why we're here. So I think it's something to be proud of. Of course, this was during Julia's time. We'll make sure she knows all about this. It's wonderful. But again, we have to thank our staff. And then fun for you, you have Schedule D in front of you, 7 pages. You'll see the initial eligibility meetings for CSE, annual reviews, reevaluation reviews, and a Section 504 initial eligibility. Of course, at any time you can ask me without names. You know, I can share any information you might want to know about that. But at least you got some good news, right?
Thank you. So next is Assistant Superintendent's update on finance and facilities. And before I turn it over to Mr. Ricky, I know this is like you're constantly in the hot seat this time of year. So, but please know you're our expert. So that's why we look to you so often. I just want to clarify one thing. I was able to email our community member who just left, Mr. Shakeen, at the last meeting, had a public comment. And if you watch our meetings, you know I get tongue-tied often, and the later it gets, I often don't say exactly what I want to say. And the other night when he finished his comments, I said that he had miscommunicated. What I meant to say is, or misinformation, and I'm getting tongue-tied now. What I had emailed him, but I just want to say on record, is that I had intended to say that we were going to clarify some information, but it came out as misinformation, so which has been picked up in the last 2 weeks. So I just want to put that out there, that was not what I meant to say. So
Okay.
Mr. Ricky, so you have a lot, but we also have a budget discussion section. So I'll let you
Yes.
sort out how to organize your time.
Okay, if I may, I'll start with some of the items for this evening's agenda. Can you hear me now? Terrific.
It's like the Verizon commercial.
Give the lotto
Can you hear me now?
jackpot number. Good evening, and this evening there's a couple of items for the board's notice. At the last meeting, I did mention that there's a public hearing this evening for the approval of a veteran's tax exemption. I know the board has received the communication for that, and this is to raise those income limits. This matches those exemption limits that were previously approved by the other governments within this community. So that's on recommendation here for the board. We already have one, just a matter of raising those limits. We're asking you to amend some agreements we have with a couple of consulting firms and graphic design for our services. We went a little bit above where we thought we would be at the beginning of the year due to some things with the 100th anniversary and then with the American Care Act reporting. And then we have some notifications for some change orders at Hutchinson School and Prospect Hill. every time you think Hutchinson can't be demolished more, there's less of it there. It's really something else. And I went back to the plans after our last meeting, and I did confirm, when you walk up what are the now back stairs, were the front stairs of the Hutchinson site, that is where the play area will be for our students. Then there'll be a hard surface, and then the field, and then the school. So it's going to be a really wonderful site. The K2 playground's in place and in use every day, and the kids are really getting a lot of joy out of it, and it's wonderful to see that. At the other schools, as we mentioned here, we're excited to see the scaffolding removed one day, hopefully in April. The stones have been, we're told they're ready, and we'll be getting them in April. The windows are already here as well, so we don't have to wait for that. But we're just told that the stones have to go in before the windows can go in, just a process issue. So very excited about that. Moving south at Prospect Hill, we have received our mock-up of the slate roof. We've asked the board members who are on the facilities committee, if you would, take a moment and you can walk by at Prospect Hill, but really anybody can take a look. It's behind the fence, but it's really great to see. Before we install that slate roof, the vendor needs to give us a mock-up so we can see what it looks like, what the color match is, and how it really matches up to the existing building. And we really tried to get a good match there. And this was a similar process that was done for the brick. And I think if you look at that, it was really a tremendous job. And I know Mr. Bryce had strong opinions, and I think your opinions were really showed a nice product in the addition. It really looks sharp, and it's an impressive. It's going to be an impressive building.
Jim,
Yes.
sorry, they're using actual slate and not synthetic.
Correct, right from a quarry in Vermont. So not so locally sourced, but at least we got it on the East Coast. The field at Prospect Hill is moving along nicely. We expect that to be done shortly. Once that grading and the irrigation is completed, we expect sod to be laid. It'll take some time for that sod to knit. If we're very successful, we could have that field available in the fall. If we're aggressive, if we need to give it a little bit more time, it would be available at this time next year. So again, very exciting to have that field in place. With the irrigation, it's also going to be wonderful because we're going to be able to maintain that field at a much higher standard than we currently are. So.
Just one quick point, that I think when people see the sod, it's going to be really tempting
Oh,
to
for sure.
go on the field because it's such a, it's such
so
a
green.
resource for the community. It's going to be incredibly green, but my expectation is it will be fenced
We will have like a
for
snow
a
fence-
considerable
a
amount
snow
of time.
fence
So I
around
think
it,
we're
yes.
just going to have to prepare people for that and ask that people be patient because
Yes.
it'll be better in the long run that
It's so
gets a
green,
chance to
and
live.
it looks so nice when it's brand new, the sod, I would agree.
And tell me about the grading issues that you had there.
Well, the contractor had to do it twice, so it was on them. They got it wrong the first time, and then they fixed it, and they got it right the second time, so.
Well, anyone that's played Little League on those fields can truly appreciate that grading.
Yeah. No, it'll be a nice field, really. I mean, obviously, the school uses it, it's used a lot by the community, and having that irrigation should really make a difference. And then that's great. It's a
Absolutely.
great part of the
Great.
project.
Soccer and baseball.
Yes. So that's very exciting, too. Let's see.
Can I
have-
ask something?
Of course.
When will the Hutchinson field be ready for use?
Well, that's part of the site work for this summer, so we'll see how that takes also. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep kids off of that field in the fall, but the little kids are a little bit easier users on the field than the larger adults with soccer and the like. So we'll probably be able to handle that. And that field has irrigation too. Just to remind everybody, it's kind of cool. It's part of the lead. There's a cistern that's going to be a water collection cistern really under the corner of Lincoln and Third on our site, not on the road, where the water will be collected and then that'll be pumped up and used to water that field. So it's really great.
So Hutchinson will probably be ready by fall,
I hope so. Yes.
but Prospect maybe not until spring.
Prospect, I mean, it's going to look done for sure. It's just a matter of how usable that field is going to be. So we'll do everything we can to.
Well, I think it's safe to say that they're both being built in the same time frame.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think casual use is one thing. Having regularly scheduled Little League and, travel soccer is a different thing. So I think that's the distinction that Jim is trying to make. Nobody's going to scream at you if you go out there and kick the ball around on a Sunday afternoon, but, you know what it looks like here in Franklin Field on Sundays with the soccer. That won't work very well. So
I just want, because several people have asked me about when will the fields be ready for their Little League or all their different activities that they're, so I'm just.
Absolutely.
Are any of those people in your own house asking you these questions?
Not in my house, no.
And obviously, the rec department has been fully informed on all of this the
Yes,
whole time. So they know when those programs are likely to come back online?
Yes, Recreation's building that into their planning. They're planning on not having the Prospect site available for the fall.
Yeah.
And obviously, if it is available, it's all upside. And we have, I think I shared with you, we've scheduled regular quarterly meetings with Recreation. We have lunch, and then.
That's been ongoing, right? I mean, you've
Yes.
been keeping them informed
Yeah,
from
so
the beginning.
they come over.
I never got lunch when I was on that
Oh, we all
committee.
bring our lunch. And then,
Me either.
no, it's just the staff, actually. It's really just us kind of talking about what was, what is, and what's going to be, and talk about any problems or thoughts we may have for making things better. Our next one's going to be not quarterly. We're coming in a month earlier, just because we want to prepare for the summer months. So it's a very good relationship, and we're very fortunate to work with good people there. So we're happy about that.
And are we purchasing stands? I'm sorry if I didn't see that for both of those fields, for both Prospect and Hutch, small little
I'd have to look.
bystanders.
I know we took the ones that were there. And
They
we
weren't in
brought-
great shape, though,
We
were
brought
they?
them to Glover, but I'll have to see where they are. If we need to buy some, I mean, those are items that.
The ones at Prospect?
There were also at Hutchinson.
Yeah, they were all,
I don't
they were
remember
pretty
Hutchins.
rickety.
Yeah.
Those greenish colored wooden ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were bleachers in both of those
Yeah.
Yeah.
fields.
Yeah, so I would imagine we'll have to get something in kind to replace that. And if they're not serviceable or obsolete, we would get new ones.
Like the new turf field, though, I feel like it's like anything, once it's in place and you can see what the need is, like, of course, we'll need bleachers, but I think it sometimes being visually there and seeing it, and
Great
you have a
point.
better, you know,
Well,
like,
with the new turf, the scoreboard, that
Right.
wasn't in the original specifications. And then the lacrosse tossback board, that was another item that
That got
wasn't in the
added.
original specs that was
Yep.
added, but it was great things that were added. Thank you to the board members. We had, I think, 3 very good committee meetings. The audit committee met. If I could just add one other item, we did review the draft corrective action plan, too. So we are prepared for when that audit is released. We'll have that corrective action plan. That'll then be brought to the board and for board approval prior to a response to the state. And we also provided a response to the state for the original audit. It's a thank you audit. We accept your findings, and we look forward to working with you, type of a letter. So then all that materials were reviewed by the audit committee. Finance, again, a very good meeting. We talked about the budget, so salaries and benefits, reconciling our salaries and benefits, additional forecasted retirements that are coming in. Our transportation numbers came in higher than we had forecasted in the original budget. The deadline was the 1st of April, so we had an opportunity to just reconcile that today, and that's an item that I can share as part of the budget discussion. That's an added cost. And then we talked about playgrounds. We talked about Julianne's playground as well as all the others, looking at district-wide specifications. Because as you look at the playgrounds, you'll see at New Hutchinson, for instance, the play surface is a poured-in-play surface. It's not the wood chips that you see at some of the other parks. It's a wonderful surface. It's a very expensive surface, but it is a wonderful surface. So as we look at our specifications for our playgrounds district-wide, we want to make sure we're consistent district-wide and that we're doing the best for our students and for our community. And that's really good work that we'll be able to work on, and we'll work with the vendors on trying to provide some specifications for the board and working with the schools, too, to try to provide really fun play areas for our kids. And it's great stuff. And then we had, of course, we had our Facilities Committee meeting, which was terrific. There was a large discussion, obviously, about, as Mr. Bryce said, about the capital reserve. I mean, we certainly had talked about that previously, but I think that discussion also allows us to clarify, if that discussion's coming up in the Facilities Committee meeting, I think it's a great opportunity and a great way for us to say, okay, if these are the questions coming up in facilities, it'd be normal and rational to expect those same type of questions from the community. And that gives us a game plan for how to communicate our capital reserve and what it really is moving forward. So I think that's really the great value of our community members and having these committee meetings. You know, as we look through the year, I mean, of course, we have many different fund balances, and this year the district would expect to turn a surplus, probably more in line with surpluses where we were prior to COVID. In the last 2 prior years, as you know, we've had surpluses of $5.5 million, really as a result of revenues coming in strong and full expenditures, those regular expenditures that we have every year just not occurring. So the creation of a capital reserve provides an opportunity and an option for the community and for the board to decide if this is something that you want. As we said before, it's not a requirement, and it's a nice opportunity again to share, to kind of focus on those infrastructure items that we talked about, some of them in our bond steering for the 2018 project that came out of the 2015 capital plan. And Mr. Bryce did mention they're every 5 years, so I think the next logical question somebody would have is, well, why are we talking about the 15 one and not the 21? So I should probably address that, and that's because the state changed the timeline, and our next one is scheduled for 2024. But again, looking back at our 2015 capital projects list, many of them have been addressed. Some of them were taken care of as part of our bond. Some of them we've been able to address through normal course of business. But some have been left unaddressed. And I think I was asked to kind of look at that list and come up with some of those larger items that we know about from 2015, as well as what are some other things that you know about now that you expect to show up on the next capital projects report that you'd have, say, your boilers. You've heard us talk about the boilers. The last ones were installed, I think, in the mid-90s. 2015, it wasn't bad. They're about 20 years old. But next time, they're closing in on 30 years old. So we would expect that. If you have an opportunity to walk by Prospect Hill, you're going to see the original roof. That's 100 years old. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to fail tomorrow. It certainly won't. It's been around 100 years. But even that, at a certain point in time, will require some attention. Things like the envelope of Prospect Hill with the brick pointing and things like that would need attention. Windows in the buildings here in the annex.
Do you want to?
Oh, sure,
share
Dr.
this?
Jim, thank you.
Yeah, and as Jim said, we talked, you know, with the feedback from the Facilities Committee. Let's share this with the board and ask Jim to put this list. This is the list really that he's referring to, just so the board and you know, we will include this with the minutes of the meeting too.
Yes.
So that if there's an extra, we could.
Yeah.
So the board could know where we're headed. And I think the board, especially those of you who have been on the board for a few years, this is going to look very familiar because many of these items were originally under consideration for the 2017 bond work, but didn't make it into the final scope. So I think, as Jim said, these are items that we're aware of. They came out of the 2015 report. And there's still issues that need to be addressed by the district. As Jim said, this is an opportunity to set up a capital reserve as a tool that the board could access, don't have to access, but could access. This would enable us to have funds set aside so that we could address these items that normally would be addressed potentially through a bond, which we could address them through a bond referendum. But if they were in a capital reserve, we could do that without having to raise the levy for a bond referendum. So that's, I think, the value of what we see. But again, these are very, very familiar. I'll let you go back to.
Yeah, and if I can,
Sorry. No, I was just going to make one point that I think that you brought up bonding, and I think that, this board and prior boards has shown that this community is very open to bonding, and I think that it would make logical sense for us to think about the next time debt is coming off our books. Now, however, we know that's, at this point, given the bond that we did in 2017, that's not until 2029. So I think it's helpful to look at this as having multiple options, right? So bonding certainly shouldn't be off the table, and I can't recall the exact number that's coming off in 2029, but
Right, around that time frame, we should see our debt service drop around $3 million.
$3 million, okay. yeah.
Yes, and
So-
I would agree. I mean, I've worked, I think you probably know my past experience as local government, very familiar with bonding every year, regular serial borrowing and issuing. It's certainly an acceptable practice. And
But
it's
not one that we've done.
No,
one-
not necessarily every year, but I'm saying in
Right.
terms of
Right.
like looking ahead to seeing debt coming off. But I think you can do both, is I guess the simple
Yes.
thing that I'm
Right.
trying to say, that it doesn't have to be one or the other. And I don't think anyone has said, that this capital reserve fund would cover everything.
I would
It, could cover some things, but I think it would be reasonable to assume that we'd have to do some combination of spending from a capital reserve and bonding in the future.
Yeah, a comment was made last meeting that bonding is preferred to savings, because it allowed future generations to pay for the work. And I don't disagree with that perspective, but I would also offer a different perspective, which is, saving up to do future work is like paying forward, right? And so you're basically reducing the debt burden on future generation, right, by paying for it out of dollars that we have available now. And also allows future generations then to do the same thing going forward again. So I would rather be in a position of paying forward than, and earning interest on the money as it accumulates, than bonding everything and paying interest on the money that we have to pay back. So, I agree with Sue. There's no one way to do it. There needs to be a combination of approaches. But I just wanted to address that comment, because I think you could look at it in a completely opposite way as well.
When if we had debt service rolling off in a great fashion anytime soon, of course, bonding would be the next logical idea. But given that we're still in that peak.
Yeah, and I think that was maybe someone, not to steal Jim's thunder in any way, because he speaks this much more eloquently than me, but those were some of the ideas I think that were raised, at the last meeting, the idea of getting into some kind of a regular bonding cycle, because when you do have it dropping off, you can then bond again with it being tax neutral. And I think that's, there's a lot of wisdom in that. The district hadn't been in that kind of cycle.
I know, I think
but it's
we
certainly
had wished
something-
we were in that cycle when we were considering the bond, right? But,
Yeah, but those opportunities may come as we go forward.
yeah.
But it kind of, to Sue's point, this gives multiple options.
Right, and there also may be an opportunity to completely lower our debt service overall, right? So if we don't have to spend as
Correct.
much, right? So I just think that it shouldn't be a black or white conversation, right? That it can be pieces
I
from
agree.
here, pieces from there. And again, we have to realize what the state that we're in until 2029, right? I don't think
I
we
would
want to add
agree.
additional debt burden on to what we're already spending before that time, would be my opinion. But that will be for another board to
And
decide.
that's exactly, and I think the nice thing about this is it's an option. It's not a requirement. It's again, as we always say, another my phrase, right? Another tool in your toolbox. And that's, I think, my responsibility is to provide the board with the knowledge of those options. And then the board is able to make those decisions to decide which options you choose to execute or not. But as we look at these types of projects, which is not an exclusive project, and it's not complete, this is just representative of types of projects. I think those are the things that you could look at. As you look at this capital reserve can be funded up to $10 million. There's no requirement that you ever have to fund it. If you fund it, you can fund it in smaller increments. Sometimes it doesn't even reach the total amount of the deposits. So it really can be used at the pace that the district is most comfortable with. And then distributions from that, of course, are then put in the hands of the voters.
I know at the meeting, we talked a lot about guardrails at the Finance Committee. And I think the nature of this reserve provides, the process provides those guardrails. So we wanted to share with the board our thinking about, as Jim said, what are the types of projects? These are known projects. And this is where our head is about what we would like to consider this for. But again, as each year, as a board decides whether they're going to fund it or not, we didn't want to presume that would necessarily be the case, or presume, as Jim said, that it would be funded at up to 10 million. It could be very incremental. It may or may not ever get there. But if those resources were there, these are the types of projects that we know are in front of us and would be a valuable tool in meeting those needs.
I seem to remember a work session where we spoke about the high school boilers for like 45 minutes to an hour, and like, what would we do if one went? And like, are we putting ourselves in a bad spot if we don't put them in this bond? And how many years later is that? So, to think that they could wait till 2029 for our next opportunity to maybe add some more debt service to the rules, like,
Sure.
Maybe, but I don't know.
Maybe, and I want to be careful too, because I don't, if someone tells me today's the only day to buy a car, that's the day I'm definitely not buying that car.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
So I don't want to project or say anything here that says the boilers are going. This is
No.
not, of course, we're going to maintain them.
You don't
and-
want to jinx them either.
No.
right?
I know, I hate to even put so much
doing all
pressure
those-
on these boilers
We're
by
doing
talking
all
about
those
them.
things to maintain them and to, again, maintain a comfortable environment for everybody. But responsible planning and these capital plans are part of that responsible planning. And I think that was part of the state's objective in requiring these regular capital plans, because I think a lot of school districts found themselves in a situation where they let their capital plans just deteriorate to such levels where they were in a place that were irrecoverable. So I think that's part of this process. When you do these capital projects funded with a capital plan, when you file through the state, they're eligible for state funding much the same way. I don't know if you remember our conversation with Rick Gansey, he's a wonderful resource for capital markets. The state we have a generous reimbursement, but that reimbursement doesn't come in the first year for those larger projects. It comes over what the state believes is a schedule that they have based on the life cycle of that project. So as an example, if they say a roof is a 15-year payback, they'll pay you back that reimbursement over 15 years.
But that's an important point. So it doesn't matter how you finance it. You get your building aid.
When it's a state-approved project.
When it's a state-approved
when you
project,
file
you
it
get
through
your
the
building
state.
aid no matter what.
Well, again, we have building aid units if you're eligible for building aid units,
Right.
and if you meet all of that those state criteria.
But it's the same regardless of your financing source.
Correct. And,
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
And I've got another call into Rick just one more time to double check and triple check all of those numbers. And if I hear anything different, of course, I'll make sure the board and the community knows that.
Because the building aid units are different per building, so each building would have a different
Yeah, it's
level
a
of
very
reimbursement.
complicated formula that they come up with.
PTSD
I
from
know,
being
I know,
on-
this is just,
Where can the community get a copy of this, Jim?
Well, since it's discussed at a board meeting, we'll throw it up on
Be
board
there.
docs and make it
Good.
available.
It'll be
Because
part
I
of-
know that's going to be a question that comes out,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
And I
and that's
thi-
why we wanted to have that
Yeah.
available, because that's a fair question.
Yeah.
How did we arrive at 10 million being a potential,
Yeah.
the number, and then where is our head about what we're planning in?
Yeah.
And we want to be very deliberate too in where we access things or source these projects and very clear with everybody. And again, they're representative and it's not an exclusive list, but certainly these are those types of projects.
And they're all infrastructure.
They are.
And it looks familiar.
It does.
Yeah.
I think it's what we've heard in the 17, 18 bond steering. That was a large part of the discussion.
Jim, this is so helpful, just as a reminder. It's a little PTSD, but also really useful. Again, we saw a lot of documents during the whole bond process, and seeing that the building, what was it?
The 15
From
year,
2015 was, I remember that's how we started our conversations when we were on the board. We saw a lot of items like this, and at one point, I remember a document, and I'm sure if I found my bond binder the other day. If I went in there, I'd find the sheet. But there was a great schedule of a lot of these items, along with, some of the additions that we might consider doing at different buildings and whatnot, listed by year. Does that
The
still exist?
15-year capital improvement plan.
It was the capital improvement plan, so different than the one that
So-
you sent to community members. So
That's a little bit different. That was something that we were kind of using as our facilities team and finance in that regard, to try to see where we think some of our facility infrastructure and capital needs are, and then maybe try to time that to the dropping off and the satisfaction of debt, so that you can kind of keyhole it and
Right.
have a more tax neutral.
It was also somewhat of an aspirational document.
absolutely, but I
So-
think the goal was to kind of take a look at it from time to time, because some of these things are on there. So I seem to
Right.
remember certain items, like
These
each
are the-
year we did a few, if we did a few capital projects, small, and then where the big ones would come in,
Well, there was all sorts of things in there, like air conditioning, elementary schools. I mean, there were lots of issues, there's lots of things on that list which don't rise to the top.
This is helpful to prioritize in this
yeah,
way, for
that's
sure,
what this
because you
is
see,
meant to be.
these aren't like the fun things necessarily,
Right.
but these
These are
are the
the
must, the necessary,
aspirational.
yeah.
There's
But-
not a lot of ribbon cuttings for new windows.
Yeah, exactly. Those aren't the exciting things to bond for. However, I just remember, and this is like, let's get through this whole discussion and let's see where we are with all this. And there's future boards to make these determinations, but it was a useful process, I think, to go through to see, if the facilities committee next year takes a look at that and says, okay, what do we already, kind of like our strategic plan, what have we already accomplished here? We're already past a lot of those items, because you air conditioned spaces at the elementary schools, so maybe that's a half a check mark or
Well,
something,
Thank
So-
you, and I think that's
It's almost like, what have we accomplished? We've already accomplished some of it, so I think it
Yes.
highlights where we've come and where we need to go.
And as
so.
we looked at our 15 plan, there are things that there were a number of things that we had accomplished, either through the capital bond or through our facilities team. And that's important. But again, it's an opportunity on a regular basis for a school district to have your facilities assessed. And then you have to be very informative about that and deliberate in your approach, and I think that's important.
I just want to say, I work on quite a bit of school projects in my professional life, and it's most school districts throughout the state do not adequately fund their infrastructure and maintenance programs. Nobody does. They always wait until things start to fall apart, and then they pass a bond. And why do they do that? Because it's not possible to pass a budget that incorporates all the money you need to make those things repair. And people are yet when you go to try and pass a bond, people say, well, how come you've been neglecting your facilities? So it's a very hard thing for school districts and to cope with. And I think, trying to be proactive in its approach, I think is only responsible. It's our responsibility as a board. I will also point out that the first bond I ever voted for was for windows at the high school and a boiler replacement at the high school in the 90s, back in the 90s.
You're old.
Money well spent.
Yeah, the second
He set
thing I
himself
voted
up
for,
that comment.
the second thing I voted for was certiorari, a bond to cover certiorari settlements.
Those are taxable.
Because there were no reserves.
Yeah.
For tax
Zero.
credits.
So the only way to pay for those certiorari settlements
I've
was to
heard those
pass a bond.
Good to have the institutional memory, John.
Well,
Thank
you don't want to be there. You really
No,
don't want to
but
be
it's,
there.
it's good to have that understanding of why we are where we are now.
I'll just keep coming back and remind
Thank you.
Every 10 years, John will do another round on the board.
No.
You're gonna have grandkids in the school soon, so.
And maybe just one thing to kind of come full circle to what John started with his facilities report. This really, we did want to anchor this in infrastructure, and that's really why we drafted this. That the 15-year capital improvement plan did have, as you mentioned, playgrounds on there, and as John reported earlier, part of the discussion with facilities came back to playgrounds district-wide. So as we move to the conversation about updates on the budget, we do have a proposal to add some funding into the proposed budget for Julianne's to address the issues there, the immediate issues, and then, as Jim said, that we will, in the coming year, look to do a study to how we would address the remaining playgrounds in the district. Take a little bit more time on that, so I don't know if we're ready to move to that part of the conversation.
I
or
just
if
think,
we're-
again, as we talk about reserves and everything else, I know the question was asked, when could a fund like this be funded? And the answer is, if approved, it could be funded right after it's approved. But I think the typical process is one where usually at the end of the fiscal year, towards the end of the fiscal year, we provide the board with some resolutions for some authorizations for places to fund certain fund balances at the end of the year and reserves at the end of the year. And that, we have to do that as part of our end-of-year planning. And we'll do that same with all of our different reserves and fund balances. And, you know, if it can be, so the question is, if there's a different board too, can that be rescinded? It could be rescinded. You know, but it's not locked in at that one point in time. There obviously is a set point in time when the audit is completed and we have to lock that in. But again, it's really placed in the board's hands.
And
I
you
think
can't,
that's-
you can't take the money out without voter approval, and that has to be a year later, right?
Correct. So obviously you can create it and begin your funding of it, and then you'd need a vote to draw that down, to draw those, to voter approval to draw those funds down. And as we look at our summary of reserves and fund balances, again, the last 2 years have been unordinary years. As we know, we've seen the fund balance of the last 2 years of about $5.5 million growth. But as you look at the 10 years prior to that, or 8 years prior to that, we were relatively level. You see, but relatively level, I say, you know, in 2012, when the tax cap started, we were at $16.4 million as a district. And in 2019, we were at $15.1 million. So relatively, I would say, stable and level over that period of time.
And that number you're giving is reserves?
Reserve,
Total
yes, so
reserves.
total fund balance.
Total fund balance.
Total
yeah.
fund balance, yes. And, you know, back in 2010, we were as high as 18. And then we have different fund balance components. So we have, you know, non-spendable components of it. We have restricted components of it. Certain that are assigned and unassigned. So there's different components of that $20 million fund balance. It's broken down into smaller buckets. And some of it's associated for tax certiorari or tax appeals. And that's based on the liability that the district has on these tax certiorari claims or tax appeal claims from property owners. We have reserves for our retirement funds, and these are funds which the district is able to draw down and use to help address any changes in, and say there's an increase in the contribution rate for our retirement funds. And we know the retirement funds, our contribution rate is really dependent many times on is dependent upon the retirement fund's actuarial report, which ties into the market returns and how that fund is invested. So that changes year to year, and we can see variations. And that reserve is used to help address those variations so that it has less of an impact to the school district in those given years, where that's those years where you want to be able to address or put those reserves in that place so you don't have to impact
Because that's tied to the
program.
public markets.
Right.
Right, so I think that's something that's not always, you know, well understood, that our contribution rate is tied to the performance of the public markets.
Of the
over
fund.
a trailing whatever month or year period, I can't recall exactly, but you might remember.
5-year roll.
It's a 5-year rolling
Five-year
average.
rolling,
5-year
yeah.
rolling average.
And so we have absolutely no control.
That is
over that.
it's a bill provided to us by the comptroller, who is the sole fiduciary of the ERS plan and then the teacher's retirement service plan. And they're both well-funded plans. They are, and they're both well-run. But there are healthy contributions, and I know we talked about that as part of the budget. ERS had, I'm sorry?
So you're talking about, 'cause there's the ERS fund and the TRS
Yes.
fund. And so do we contribute to the, like, teachers' retirement
Yes.
out of the budget?
Yes.
But then there's extra money in case the contribution rate goes up a lot
Correct.
in the future, or?
So this year's expected contribution for TRS is just under $4 million. I believe the rate is going on memory, so I think it's 10.29. But if we look back to, I think, fiscal year 13-14 timeframe, our rate was much higher, probably about 50, I think it was in the 16 or 17% range. And when I say 10% or 16%, that's the percentage that the district has to pay in as to what the employee earns. So if for every dollar the employee earns, it's a 10.29% or 16%. So if you have market variation and you see that go up to that level, you could have a $1 million, $2 million swing in your contribution. Now there are some exclusions that the tax cap allows for, which is good. That still means you have to raise taxes. It's just an exclusion for that tax cap. So having the opportunity of having a reserve, a retirement reserve, that's that opportunity where you can apply some of that to help smooth out any wild variations you may have from year to year.
What's the maximum we've contributed out of that reserve?
I'd have to look it up with the two of them. If you give me a moment.
TRS was a relatively new one, right?
We
the
created that in the
TRS.
last couple years, yeah.
And had that one.
Oh, that's new?
That's the,
Yeah.
I see. So we probably never even had to at this point.
So for TRS, the annual contribution cannot exceed 2% of the total TRS compensation paid during the immediately preceding fiscal year. Sounds very legal.
Clear as mud.
Well,
You
2%.
have to read that 3 times to
2%,
yourself
yeah.
to
Rule
understand.
of thumb, you're looking at 2%.
So we haven't had it long enough to actually have to use it.
We haven't had to draw that.
I
And
see.
the ERS has no set dollar limit, but in the past, the Board of Ed's limited the fund to 4 times the annual budgeted ERS expense. That's a much lower expense because that's our smaller employee base, our larger employee base being our teachers and the administrators who pay into TRS.
That was a state advocacy topic, right? For
That
a
was.
couple years, and that was something that we were victorious on, but, because the TRS is a much larger group.
I
than
think
the
it was one
ERS.
of those items where the state wanted to provide relief, and they provided it to local governments because ERS was the most relevant to them. And then, of course, if the schools raised their hand and said, wait a minute, we're having some issues here too. It would be really great if we could use it for TRS.
I know, do other states pay directly Teachers' Retirement Fund? Teachers' Retirement?
I could speak to Connecticut. Connecticut does not.
Yeah, that's
They
what I
also
thought.
have a funded rate, I think it's in the 40% range of their teachers' retirement fund.
Oh, they only fund
I think it's actuarially funded at roughly, it's below 50, it's been below 50%.
Wow.
So it's.
So technically, they're all in default.
Oh, again, really what that means is if the pension fund kind of stops today, how many of its obligations can it meet to all of those pensioners to the end of the day?
And then the state just issues bonds. That's what they do. They call POBs, pension obligation
Yeah.
bonds.
And you know what, I've been out of Connecticut for a while, they may have done that on the
Yeah.
bonds in the state
Well,
teachers' retirement system.
My only point is it's very unusual for the state to completely fund teacher retirement and employee retirement for school systems, which is great for teachers and employees because it's, I'd rather rely on the state than whatever town I happen to work for. But it means that we don't have any control of it, and
Agreed.
whatever they tell us is what we have to pay.
It's a big fiscal responsibility.
So I was a business official in a Connecticut district when the governor tried to push it back onto the schools. It didn't work out really well.
No, it's an
That's a hard
unusual
thing to
thing.
bring back.
It has a lot of benefits for teachers and employees, but it's expensive.
Exactly, and it's like I said, it's about a $4 million expense
Yeah.
for us as a district. So that's kind of how you would apply a teacher's or the retirement reserve. And then we have, of course, we've got a capital reserve, and that was the one that was created back in 2016 for the fields. So that's great. We have a repair reserve, which was created back in 2015, and looking to see, you have to have public hearings when you want to draw down for that repair reserve, and there's a lot of rules behind it. We're looking into that one right now. And then other ones that are in restricted for employee benefits, accrued liability, unemployment, property damage, those types of smaller ones.
To your point about the repairs reserve, with all of the conversations that we've been having about the capital reserve, I was doing some reading, trying to understand what the difference was. So you don't have to have the community vote to use the repair reserve, but you have to have a public hearing, but you can use it and then have the public hearing. But it seems like the repair reserve would be for some emergency that came up that we've put aside the money for, rather than these planned projects that we've been talking about.
I think the language that I've read really does focus on emergency and having public hearings and when public hearings are waived
Right.
in the case of an emergency.
Yeah.
So that was created in 2015.
So it's a little bit of a different purpose than the capital reserve, which, to the point that Jess was talking about, seems more planful for projects than the repairs.
There's a specific use in the capital reserve, certainly, very much more dedicated. I think that you're right in saying that.
Is the repair reserve the one for Glover Field?
No,
This
No,
is a different.
That's a capital reserve.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And that's just another reserve that a previous board, after the turf field was put in, created. Like, that was somebody else, another board's decision to create it with that narrow scope in mind. But to ensure that we had those funds, it just exists now because,
And I think
and
I
I'm not
read-
saying it was the wrong decision, I'm
Based
just
on
saying like the narrow scope
fundraising
of
that
it.
was done and the commitment with
Right.
the.
Well, and I think I read the dedicated purpose was obviously for the fields and projects related to the 2015 Fields Master Plan. And that some of those funds were used with voter approval for the Friendship Field infield turfing. So I think that's a project that gets lots of use.
If we don't have a capital reserve fund, and we had like a surplus at the end of the year, say like $700,000, could we just vote at the end of the year, we have $700,000, we want to put that towards HVAC and boilers at Prospect or something? Is that allowed, or?
Well, really, when you say this year, if you wanted to dedicate $1 million to boilers at the high school,
I'm sorry to keep picking on the high
yeah, I
school
know.
boilers, but it's an easy one.
you could say, we want to increase, you say use of prior year fund balance for $1 million, and then we would increase the expenditure line by $1 million, a transfer to capital.
That's in the budget project, in the
That
budget
would be in the
proposal.
regular budget
That's
proposal.
not end of year. You wouldn't
Correct.
do that
It wouldn't
out of
be
end of year.
no.
Right. I think
You would do it as
think
part
that's
of,
what
you
you're
would do it as
asking.
part of
Yeah.
the planning process
For the following
for
year?
the following year, yes.
So in essence, just earmarked for that.
If you have an emergency, obviously, when there's emergencies, different rules.
But then don't you have to spend it
come
in
into
that
play.
year?
If you did what I suggested,
A transfer to capital.
transfer to capital, then that would happen in that year. You would initiate that project in that year.
The capital fund, not the capital.
No,
No,
the
project
capital
that you
portion
just
of the
used
budget.
your example on.
Yeah.
You have a surplus from first year, you would include that project in the second year, transfer it to the,
Oh, I think they were just following on to the example that you gave. So if you were to say, end the year with 700,000, I think John's question was, would you have to spend it then in that next year's budget? And the way Jim outlined it would be yes, right? You would have to.
You have to start that project.
You don't necessarily have to finish it.
Otherwise,
have to
those
start the
monies would
project,
stay, those monies would still be dedicated to that capital purpose.
Right.
And they couldn't be used for anything other than their capital purpose.
but say you had 700,000, but you wanted to put it towards replacing the rooftop units, which is 2.26 million. The way to
So in the
carry
follow-
it forward would be to put it in a capital reserve fund?
So you could place it in a the board could decide to allocate, allow the allocation of some of those money into a capital reserve.
And that
And
would
at a-
happen likely in August each year.
Well, again, we got the authorization from the board for the ability to fund it at whatever level the board's comfortable with. Then those funds would be placed in there at the year end. And then when the time is decided upon to use those funds, I would imagine it would go to a facilities committee, then to the board, and then to the community
Public vote in that.
for a public vote.
I mean, there's not a lot of difference in those mechanisms, and plenty of districts use a transfer to capital. But if you don't have the full amount to fund the project, then you're kind of stuck. So if you have a project that's worth 1.5 million and you have a $1 million surplus, you still got to come up with $500,000, right? So, I mean, this is just a different mechanism to save for those projects.
And you
save
would just
it.
leave it in the general fund then in that case, right?
Well, I don't know, you're beyond my level of expertise in school funding.
That's why we have Jim.
That's why we have Jim. But you're gonna do something with that surplus.
Yeah.
You know, whatever you wanna do, hire more teachers next year, or, cut your tax rate to -2, whatever you have to do with that surplus. Money you have to do
Wondering
something
if we
with.
should maybe transition
so-
to the budget conversation,
Yeah.
because we
I think
have
so.
an
Helps with the
example that
budget.
actually might
Okay.
somewhat answer this question.
So first, not to put our only
we have a
member of the
public
public
hearing,
on the
right?
spot, what?
We have a public hearing too, I'm sorry.
Oh,
The-
yes.
the
So
veterans.
first, we're going to do communications and comments from the public on items that appear on the agenda. So I don't know if you're planning for public comment, but if you have it that's specific to anything that follows here, you can join us for public comment. Yeah. I'm putting you on the spot because you're the only public here. Just remember to state your name and your Pelham mailing address.
Sure. Natalie Morero. I reside at 4466 Boston Post Road, Pelham, New York. So I have a public comment. First, thank you to the board for all the hard work you're doing on this budget. Clearly, there's a lot of discussion going on, so thank you for enabling that discussion. I also look forward to the revised budget that you guys will put forward on April 19. I would like to thank you for the inclusion of the 1.5 interventionists that you will be keeping. I would like to thank you for the teachers that you will be hiring. I totally support keeping the psychologists and more social workers. I do hope that you revisit the addition of an executive director of HR and leadership. While I agree that the assistant superintendent of curriculum design should concentrate 100% of his duties on curriculum and instruction and not on personnel matters, there is no need to hire an HR executive. Our district is not large enough at 332 FTE, which is full-time employees, to support an executive position in HR. We're way too small. There's no peers at this district size that has it. Now, I'm an HR professional and so I do org design all day long for many organizations. I've never done it for a school district. However, I could tell you we could come up as a district with better options to hire either a mid-level HR professional. We could outsource some of these HR duties that we currently have as a district. We could come up with just different options instead of hiring an executive in HR for a district of this size. So I hope you will consider that and revisit hiring more administrators. I do expect our taxes to be used to hire teachers, to be used to enable us to have great facilities we have, but not to hire more administrators at this type of senior levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we move to our budget discussion, which is 6.1. So I know we're already discussing, but I think the use of your time before was to clarify some of the items that we were starting to talk about at our last meeting, and now to get some updates from you guys.
So maybe pass another sheet out, and again, we'll make sure that this gets included in board docs, so that public would have access to the document. Which Jim office put this together just kind of as a recap summary of a lot of it we've actually touched on, but a recap of some of the changes that we've seen in the budgeting process since last time. Maybe I'll take the top since some of this relates to staffing.
Sure.
And I'll pass it back to you as we get down. So Jim mentioned, as was discussed with the Finance Committee, we did a little bit of adjustment in the salaries and benefits lines so that we can get a better actuals on that line based on collective bargaining agreements that have been settled. So we now have the more accurate totals for salaries and benefits. So that was an adjustment of $45,000. Another thing that I've been working with the building administrators, Dr. Garcia, Rosemary, Jim, building administrators, director, really all the administrators, is reviewing staffing for next year. Our initial budget proposal included a number of additional positions and a reduction in overages, and we've talked about overages before, when we pay a teacher to do an extra class. As we actually now have student requests at the middle school and high school in particular is where it's always a little bit more complicated. We reviewed our student requests and actually see that we need to increase what was originally budgeted for there on the overages, and that's based on course requirements. We had an additional large group at the 6th grade level, so instead of 10 sections, which is pretty typical, we actually have 11 for next year, which I mentioned to the board last time. That was one piece that wasn't budgeted for. We're appreciative. Our teachers are willing to do a lot of that through overages, which is favorable to the district. We also have tightened up what the exact proposals of those additional positions, the teaching positions, would be. For the most part, they were on the mark, so looking still to move forward with a math interventionist, a technology teacher, a special education teacher at the middle school. We had proposed initially a social studies teacher, but now that we have the request, we're actually shifting that, swapping that. The need is actually for a .8 world language teacher in Spanish, Italian, and an additional .2 art teacher. So that's a 1.0 being just swapped for what was originally social studies. And again, we're able to cover the social studies classes with the use of overages, teachers who are willing to take those on, and this will better meet our needs in the world languages department. All the other staffing proposals remain as is from last time. So, to the point that was raised, of the new positions, we're seeing that really about 8.5 of them, and as we've talked about with the interventionist, it's really an additional person. So 8.5 to 9 are direct teaching and mental health support clinicians for our students. The additional positions that are not necessarily direct classroom or clinical contact really is only, I think it was 2.5. So we've got the administrative position that we talked about, the half literacy coach, which actually does have maybe not as direct, but a pretty influential position on teacher practice, which would influence student achievement. So I think there's an argument to be made there that it is definitely beneficial to our students directly. And then there's a custodial position added in. Those really are the key pieces. So it is heavily in favor of a staffing plan that is directly working with students and meeting the needs of students. I would still advocate, given, as we shared with the board in the past, the school program under the prior strategic plan, current strategic plan, our programs, our rich offerings to our students has grown significantly. Our staffing has grown 10% over the last, I think it was 9 years that we calculated. We're foreseeing lots of retirements in our very near future. We're looking to have continued focus on both curriculum instruction, teaching and learning. The data work that we've been talking about, I see as embedded in under that assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, because somebody has to oversee that work and to make it valuable for instruction and for programmatic evaluation and adjustments. But also, as we've talked about as well, somebody to really focus on talent development, because having hiring the right people to be on the bus is the best thing that we can do long-term for the quality of the district.
So, and Cheryl, also that role, a large part of that is designing and overseeing the professional development, which is so important to making sure we're keeping our robust academic programs.
Yeah. It's interesting, we had an administrative cabinet meeting yesterday, and we're reviewing some of the items for the revised strategic plan. And that exact point, was brought up. The principals, I can't remember who it was, but said you can put flexible classroom in a furniture, but if you don't have the professional development to grow in your practice towards how that actually helps students to achieve at higher levels and feel more comfortable and engage, you're just putting furniture in a room.
Right,
So to
and
your
that's
point.
a little bit also of what.
We have been doing. Right. So,
Yes,
I mean,
no,
although the comment was made, I don't want it to be portrayed like
Thank you for that
professional learning hasn't been
clarification.
going on.
Totally, thank you for
No,
that
just-
clarification, because that's not at all what the
Wanted
implication
to make
was.
that clear.
But it was, I use it as an example of your point that our continued focus on what is already in place and expanding that is going to involve continued and expanded professional development.
And all of those changes that Dr. Garcia was speaking about earlier are things that our teachers are going to have to learn how to do. They're going to be changing their practice to adapt to the new requirements.
Right, the new curricular changes, for sure.
And remind me in this new proposed structure, what the role of the person who would be doing all the supervision of new teachers would be the person who is hiring, or the assistant superintendent for excellence in teaching and learning?
I think it's always a bit of a shared role. I mean, there's certainly the hiring and onboarding, and
Right.
that would be professional development, but teaching and learning is inherently involved in
Okay.
professional development as well. Supervision is a completely very shared responsibility across the entire administrative team. So none of it's quite black and white,
Okay.
you know, right down the line. It's a very collaborative, very cross-role responsibility.
Because those two roles are so intertwined, or they
Yeah.
have been as they exist, but they're also so robust as they exist. And, you know, yes, you've been doing all of the teacher training and development, but also trying to hire the best and the brightest to teach our students. So it's not an easy task.
So that, the other piece you see there reflected in the I'm sorry, Ian, did you have a question?
Well, just the question I've shared with the board. You know, my concern about, you know, I think I've shared. You know, there is definitely districts that have leadership that focuses on talent separate from academics. You know, and usually that decision is made up, you know, after, you know, some getting really rigorous data to really ensure that that's the key lever to really drive improved student performance. And it's just not clear to me. So I see wisdom in the ultimate strategy. What I don't see is why the urgency for next year. You know, it's nearly $300,000, and we've already had a good amount of discussion even here about just where are we with our kids. You know, parents, ironically, are taking the state tests in higher level numbers because they want more data about where their kids actually stand. So I think having the dashboard is going to be hugely valuable if we tie that to SMART goals, where we just have much more specific information about how our third graders at Hutch doing in science, you know, or Prospect or middle school. Because once we have that kind of information, then we can make the determination. Like, for example, you know, we're expanding our ICT program at Hutch in grades 3, 4, and 5, which I think is fantastic. Should we be doing that at Prospect next year, or Colonial at Siwanoy? I'm a big believer in ICT classes in the elementary school grades. So, or, you know, should we be doing high impact tutoring or other direct student-facing interventions? And so it just feels like with more concrete performance data, I'd much rather make the decision about whether or not the key lever is adding, you know, another administrative role. When we're coming out of COVID, there's so many urgent needs that seem like we should be much more focused on direct-to-student type interventions. And the budget does include some of those already, which is good. But when I think of ICT, for example, why not accelerate that, or high impact tutoring, given that, you know, that's what a lot of, you know, parents seem to be resorting to. So I would just really like to understand, because as of right now, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of compelling evidence to put that additional, you know, nearly $300,000 if you take into account the salary and benefits, just the opportunity cost of what we could be doing directly. And then a year from now, after we have a lot more data, then make the call of what's the primary lever to drive performance.
You know, I certainly would invite my colleagues to join in on this one too, but I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is a basic capacity issue. You know, if to even, you know, to take on, I'll use the data dashboard as the example, that's not something right now that we have the capacity. We're working on building capacity. We're partnering with BOCES to try to bring that on board. But within our current structure, we're already pretty tapped with a lot of the different requirements, compliance pieces that have grown in the personnel world in particular. I think about APPR. I think about the evaluation system that has been built there, the reporting that falls, civil rights reporting that falls under the personnel functions in the business office. There's a lot of different layers of data collection and work that has flowed down from the state that has added to the volume of work in the personnel-related offices. You know, when you think of bringing in something like a data dashboard, that involves a lot of front-end setup, a lot of maintenance, a lot of oversight that we don't, particularly right at this moment, have the capacity to really fully implement in the way certainly that I imagine you envision it and that we would want it to be if we're going to make it useful for instruction. I think this is an opportunity that we see to try to right-size a number of things. District-wide, we've been functioning very thin margins as far as staffing. This really goes back, I can point easily to the high school in particular. All the overages that we've talked about using, that's because we've been really trying to run very tight budgets for the last number of years. And again, part of that is a workload has been piling up at the administrative level, in particular, which feeds into this particular, the cabinet level. If we want a sustainable leadership structure going forward that truly supports the academic program that we want for our students, the professional development, the staffing, I do see this as a critical time. And maybe, to your point, maybe we don't have the data to demonstrate that at this moment, but knowing where the organization is and where we want to be, if we want to move to that next level, I see that it's critical that we've got a cabinet level structure that supports the richness of our offerings. I don't know if there's anything to add. Please do.
Again,
Yeah.
I'm just going to speak just kind of globally, but Ian, thanks for that question, because I've been hearing that people wonder, well, why wouldn't we just have more ICT classes? I have to tell you, when I started in November, one of my first conversations with Lauren, Dr. Ribeiro, was about this exact topic. I walked into her office and she was sitting with a chart and she was plotting where the kids would be for next year. So just to your point, you asked, well, why wouldn't we have ICT in Prospect Hill, for example? 5 students are in ICT now. I don't know that there are 5 students. In 5th grade, there's a group of students. They're graduating. So that gave us an opportunity now to reallocate and capture some staffing. But what Lauren has been doing since that time, so really prior to November, because I saw her finished work, she's been just placing the students. It just so happens that a good deal of students for next year, there are 10 students with IEPs in Hutchinson in 5th grade. She has 3 in 4th and 7 in 3rd. The students happen to be, that's their home school. And the kind of needs that they have are slated for integrated and co-taught classes. These are students that already had more restrictive programs, and because they're doing so well, now they're ready for less restricted. When you go into general education, that's always our goal. Again, the indicators that I told you about before, they measure that. That's the kind of thing. So we look at data. We look at student IEP goals. We look at all of the trends. And it's interesting, in order to just, we love to talk about all of this. Lauren, Greg, myself, Julia, while she was with us, I brought up the state guidance just to make sure that we're still in line with what they're recommending. They recommend that you roll it out slowly, that you target it to students who need it based upon their goals on their IEP, and also they highly recommend integrated co-teaching, but they said start with math and reading. That's the place that you begin. That's exactly what Lauren is recommending for next year. And at the same time, you use your other personnel, your teaching assistants, your other services to fill in other gaps. You may wonder, do you have to offer ICT in a district? You don't. It's really based on your needs, and it's based on your special education plan, the direction you're going. Certainly, it's something that you'd want to roll out over time. Most important, you don't do it unless people are trained. Trained before you put this in place, which is why we started with a pilot in Prospect Hill. But we'd love to talk about this with you, at another time if you want more information, specific information. But I think for now, that would at least tell you that I think we're well-staffed with that. I was talking to Greg. He explained to me that ICT is in the middle school and the high school for certain areas, right from 6 through 12. So again, they're recommending everything, you talked about staffing for next year. All of that is covered. But there's very specifics about how you roll this out and who you choose to go in those classes. You don't just put students in an ICT class who cannot handle that level of integration, because that could really be harmful for them in a sense. Sometimes they need more direct instruction. But we'll talk about that if you'd like some more information.
Can you also remind us, I think we spoke at the line by line, the full day meeting, but I don't think you were with us at that
I
time, right? Because
wasn't- I
Julia did
wasn't
her
there
piece.
that day, yes.
A reminder of their proposed, like, idea of how it would expand over the years, that we could perhaps roll, like, certain grades. There was a very thoughtful approach that was considered so that we avoid some of the issues that we've had in the past where we can't provide all of our programs at all of our elementary schools. So there's this notion where kids have to move,
Right,
from
just
year to
the-
year, so.
Yes, just the limit of the configuration of your elementary schools. I mean, it's a fact that you can't change, so that in itself is an issue. But again, we're projecting from far in advance of even the following year. So now, students can move into district, things can change, but we're sort of looking at who's in the special classes now, what is the possibility that they would need less restrictive program, who would be coming out of resource room and going into integrated co-taught, and that's really how it's generated. So you would know early on next year what your projection is for next year. And again, if the need is not there, you just don't open classes just to open them. You have to have your teams working together, and to have it across the district in elementary school right now, you'd have to hire 24 new special ed teachers. I mean, that's really the reality if you're going to do it
Every
well.
grade, every school.
And is that really what we're talking about? I don't think that's what your intention is, but you can sporadically sprinkle it into where it's needed. And students don't have to stay in ICT the following year. They could, but again, your special ed department knows all of this data, and they can share it with you and give you reasons why they would recommend or not.
And I think the goal was ideally, perfect world, if everything
That you were
falls right,
mentioning.
to have 2 grade levels at each school, or at 3 of the schools, a K, but have them at different grade levels so the program would rotate up with the students. So they wouldn't have to transition building to building. They would start in one school.
Right.
And
Oh,
they would
that's
get
what
to
I was
maintain through.
mentioning.
Yeah, so it might be K1 in one school, while it's grades 2, 3 in another school, and grades 4 and 5 in another school.
So they
then it
can
would-
stay in their school building throughout the
Right.
whole experience.
Right, so
And
that,
they've been
Right,
doing
that-
that. I'm sorry, Ian.
Yeah. No, I was going to say that had been my understanding, that the goal was to not have ICT at all elementary schools at every grade, but this kind of staggered approach. So again, it's just back to this question of, and thank you very much for that. That was very helpful. It's just this question of, if we're investing this nearly $300,000 this year, could that be used to get to the state of only 2 grades ICT, if the need is there, which it sounds like there is, at the other 2, or at least one of the other elementary schools. So this is purely a trade-off, and the level of urgency to make this cabinet level position now. So that it's a red flag for me, because I do see opportunities to take that same investment and invest it in ways that I think could be more impactful, especially coming out of 2 years of COVID, and we don't know exactly where all of our kids are as yet. So, but I definitely appreciate the response. It was very thoughtful. Thank you.
So Ian, I wanted to ask you a question. What is high-impact tutoring?
Well, there's a number of districts across the country are literally developing relationships with, choose the category, whether it be, it could be teachers themselves, it could be college students within certain categories. But the idea is, and whether we like it or not, high impact tutoring is already happening. It's just happening driven through private engagement for parents who, they were concerned that their kids were falling behind, and they made that investment, which more power to them, but not everyone has that opportunity. And so to the degree that we know that we may have certain populations that haven't accelerated as much as we could, is this next year the time to invest in that kind of overabundance of direct service? So, we could sit down and talk about who would be the entities, but there are actually a lot of models around the country that are designing high-impact tutoring short-term to make up for some of these short-term, some people don't like the term learning loss, but we know that there have been missed opportunities, And again, is the right lever an administrative level position or more direct service? And I think it's worthy of discussion as it relates to our budget.
So, so in approaching this, I know, I wasn't here on the starting end of the budget development, but that question of what level of intervention service, and I guess this really kind of goes back to the interventionist question, based on the data that was looked at during the budget development, the early stages of budget development, that Winter Ames Web data being one, not the only, but one of the sources of data. In Dr. Laurel's original presentation that he provided to me, he had identified 0.5, as opposed to the 4 that's there, he'd identified, based on data, that 0.5 increase to our normal level of 6.5 would be a suitable starting point to address that identified need based on data.
Interventionist.
Excuse me, interventionist, thank you. And, I reached out to him to confirm that based on our conversations last time, what was his level of recommendation from prior, because, Michael had indicated some comments that were made. And he said 0.5 was his assessment at that point in time. So the budget that we brought forward does have 1.5, in talking about it with the cabinet and thinking of, that urgency that you point to. Can we make sure that we've got a sufficient level of intervention? So that's where we felt, based on the data that we had, based on what our principals and our directors were telling us about the level of identified student need, that the 1.5 that's built into the budget was to address specifically this need that you're referring to.
Sorry, I wanted to get back to the tutoring for a second, because I was just confused what we were talking about, because in my experience as a parent, which is now going back a long time, and I don't know that John may have this experience, there have historically been here, and I have friends in other states who are fortunate to have resources to use tutors, but we've also always had tutoring provided by our National Honor Society students and the library. Students also
Academy period.
volunteer at the library to provide tutoring. So what I was just trying to understand, is this something different that's going on with the parent body, or is this just I understand that there is perhaps renewed need now after the pandemic, but it sounds like it's the same landscape that we've had previously.
Well, and also there's just technology has shifted. So there are initiatives across the country that they're leveraging top talent across the country and online tutoring. I'm part of a national summer school initiative where we're tapping into some of the best teachers in the country to do small group instruction and just leveraging talent. And again, it's a different idea, but these are new resources and new ways to directly improve outcomes for kids that didn't exist even just a few years ago. And there's a lot of talent out there that you're not just restricted to the kids within our school system or just the teachers or folks in the Pelham area. Imagine if you could have access to 200 of the top math students in the country. So it's those kinds of ideas that, so in the category of high impact tutoring, and again, Dr. Champ, if it's of interest, I'm happy to share some of these models that I think are very interesting, that I think are quite cost efficient and highly impactful. And when I look at those relative to the administrative role, I see a missed opportunity.
I'm not sure I understand the either-or aspect of this conversation. So, it seems to me from all the discussion I've heard, from Rosemary's discussion, that we are actually providing, and Dr. Champ's comments, we're actually providing more than was originally proposed in Dr. Laurel's initial budget. And yet now we're talking about trading in an administrator, which I think there's been a demonstrated need for more direct, for more direct instruction or targeted instruction, however you want to refer to it, which there hasn't been, I'm not saying there isn't a need, but nobody said exactly what the need is that would justify more of any kind of teacher. I mean, I haven't heard it. I've heard that, through various things, we're reallocating positions and covering with overages, but I haven't heard that there's any lack that we're not addressing. So,
Well, no,
but let me
point you
finish.
raised-
Let me finish
yeah.
my point. So my point is, I don't understand the either-or discussion. We've had a lot of discussion about the need to focus administrative time and talent on creating and developing programs, overseeing staff development, which are critical needs. But we're proposing to add more staff without more administrative supervision. It seems it's taking an issue that's already a problem and making it worse. And I still don't understand the either-or aspect of this discussion. I think we can do both. And I think that's what we're proposing. So, you want to trade in an administrator for what exactly? I mean, maybe more tutors?
Well,
Maybe this, maybe that? I mean, it's not concrete.
Right. So you just said that you haven't seen the data to justify some of these other interventions. I agree. My point is that I'm not yet seeing the data that justifies a nearly $300,000 administrative role relative to some of these more concrete interventions that I think can more directly accelerate student learning.
Well, I don't think...
It's okay to disagree, but I just haven't seen that justification.
Well, I think one of the things that I've been hearing a lot about is that, and Dr. Garcia, I left the room for a minute, so I apologize if we've already heard from you, and I may put you on the spot a little bit. But I think that what appeals to me about this administrative structure is that we have been trying to have one person cover all of this, and things have changed, right? And there are a lot more demands on our administrators now. We're expecting high turnover in our volume of teachers because of the steps that they're on and the places they're at in their careers. And if the focus should be on academic excellence, which I think we all completely agree, I would like to see someone fully dedicated to that. And I think that means sharing the burden. So this makes complete and consistent sense to me, with the goal being academic excellence. So I do feel the need for it now. I feel like the need has been made pretty clear, and I agree we don't have perfect data, but it doesn't mean we don't have data. So I think we've made the best decisions that we can based on the data we have. And we can continue to do a better job of fine-tuning that data over time, but I do feel like having an administrator completely focused on curriculum and academics, and then someone else to focus on all of the other things that we've identified. And it's not just an HR position. I think that we have a spreadsheet that I think you have in front of you, Jess, the multicolored one, that has the job descriptions broken out. So I feel like it's pretty clear to me that it's tied to academic excellence, at the end of the day. That's how I see it.
Much more eloquent than me.
I've also heard you, Dr. Garcia, loud and clear. Like, your reports show the wide array of responsibilities that you hold, and they're all important, and you can't sacrifice one for the other. And sometimes, if I'm reading between the lines, it feels like you're doing your best to try and keep them. You're doing a good job. None of this is a knock, but I don't. But I'm not saying that, but I feel like as demands have increased, and the pandemic has certainly added a changed landscape to the demands of our school and of our students and of our parents and of our teachers and everything, to keep it all afloat in this new landscape, to me, feels like another reason why this is the inflection point to make the shift. So,
Yeah, so look, I serve at the pleasure of the board and the community. So whatever decision's made here, we're still doing the work. I think it's been pretty clear in terms of the division of the responsibilities, in terms of, how my position works. I am 100% uncomfortable being put on the spot trying to defend what I do, and also whether it's too much or too little, whether my position in splitting it sacrifices learning for kids. I'm kind of hurt by that. And I don't even know what to say. So I really don't want to say anything. I think that there are other people here who can, talk through it and make that decision. But at the end of the day, I show up to work and I do the best that I can for the school district. And I'll continue doing that, whether it's in one position or another position. I've demonstrated that for 9 years. I always viewed myself as a senior member of the central office team, the steward of what's been going on in this district. Recommendations were made, and regardless of the outcome, the work will be done.
I think we had discussed at one point comparisons with other districts in terms of total enrollment size and sort of the administrative structure. And we were right on the cusp, basically. All the districts larger had 4 positions, and some of the districts smaller had.
For assistant superintendents.
But some have assistant superintendents and directors of this and that. But it's not outlandish to think that we.
No, and that's right. I think the executive director piece, I think that was, it seemed like the right fit for given our size. And I think given the richness of our programs and what we want for our students, for our teachers, and the sustainability of oversight of that program, that's where I think warrants it. But I think that that title, but again, maintaining that as a direct cabinet level position, I think really makes the most sense.
I mean, for me, over the last 5 years, everybody, the community often asks us to be ahead of the curve, pushing the envelope. And I've seen both in whoever's in your role and also in Dr. Garcia's role, like adding so much program and support when it comes to special education. And so many new programs, the way that FLES, just use that as an example, has expanded from something that was virtually a pilot. And you've created this whole team and a whole program that makes Pelham a standout. That if we want to continue to push and be beyond the head of the curve, then maybe we're one of the first districts within the next couple of years that pushes to that 4th administrative position, because that's what really supports being that type of district. My guess is that a lot of districts are going to be shifting in a lot of different ways over the next couple of years because the landscape has changed and the needs have changed. So we can look at the here and now, but I imagine that we're going to see some changes in districts around.
And I'd like to get a little clarity too, though, that with this creation of the dashboard that we're talking about, which obviously we're all in agreement on having, if this dashboard does show us that there is a need for an additional interventionist down the line or whatever, we're saying we're not averse to doing that. We're just, our budget right now just calls for the numbers that our administrative team are making the suggestion we have. But if we do find, come the new school year, that there is a need based upon the data that we're seeing, that we'll deal with it at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think that maybe is a good, maybe we should finish going through this to kind of to that point, to put out all the pieces that are there. Sorry, I'm getting tired, so I'm losing my train of thought. I think that is I think a critical piece of this is this budget and the proposals that we put in it are meant to provide a balance of the long-term sustainability structural pieces as well as the immediate needs. So this is, based on the data we have, what we believe is a good balance of that. If there are additions right now, based on the data that we have right now and the experiences that we have right now, we think this is the right balance. We do, as we've talked about before, we have 2 contingency positions built into there, which is one lever. But I think if we can maybe go through here, we can talk about what other levers the board has, and then really try to get some direction from you as to where we're going. We're also cognizant of the time and know our thinking gets a little foggy the later we go. So just quickly to wrap up that top section, we did have, as Jim mentioned earlier, additional transportation needs based on requests. So those are some of the changes that are reflected right now in the budget. As Jim said earlier, we're still waiting for the final state aid. We don't know what that number is, so it's TBD. We did have one request for a general ed tuition student. We had actually, because of COVID, we had put that on pause. We have a unique circumstance where a student who did his entire school career with Pelham, went to a private school for his junior year, but is realizing Pelham is his home and all of his siblings' home, and they're requested to come back. I think it's a situation that we may want to make an exception for, a family who's gone through all of our system. So that would provide a small source of tuition that will help us to the
Sorry,
favor.
one really quick clarifying question, though. We haven't closed the door to tuition students in perpetuity, though, really?
No, not in
Yeah,
perpetuity.
okay.
We had just hit pause because of
No,
COVID.
totally understood. Okay. All right.
Yep. So that's something that, to the district's favor as a revenue. Other financing sources, and we're going to talk about this, we had identified based on last time we went back through the budget, and through after, conversation with the Finance Committee as well, some items in the budget that could be one-time costs, or that could be considered one-time costs. We had originally budgeted about $200,000 for furniture, just to start to phase up our flexible furnishings through the other three elementaries.
So just as background, the Finance Committee, one of the things we asked Jim to do, because we will have somewhat of surplus this year, is are there things that are one-time that we could pull out and spend with those funds? So
Right.
that's 248.
Yeah, 200
roughly,
of that is the furniture,
248.
and 48 is vehicles, and two maintenance vehicles.
And again, as you look at it, and I'll say it one last time, and I won't say it again, you want to try to, of course, match your recurring revenues with your recurring expenditures. As you look at these, yes, we have a furniture replacement plan, and we want to change over the whole district, but we could stop. It's not like a
Program won't be
position
negatively
or a
affected.
program or something like that. So I think you need to look, as we look at it, that's kind of the way I would look at it. It can be stopped, and it doesn't have to happen every year.
Right.
It's not contractual.
Yeah, so, so being able to pull those out and address those needs differently, I think was what we were going to recommend. And with those adjustments, then we basically just have a budget gap of $40,000. And with the unknown of state aid and other adjustments that could be made, that could very easily take care of that.
We have an open enrollment period coming up. We have state aid. There's other opportunities that we're looking at things. Obviously, when we looked at transportation, you see we took on 17 additional applications than what we had budgeted for. 16 of them would end up being yellow bus service, which is the most expensive service. It's just the way the applications come in. So that's why you see that cost up so much for that one.
So just to close it out, as we said earlier, based on the facilities conversations about Julienne's, we'd like the board to consider adding funds for us to address Julienne's within this budget. So this goes back to the transfer to capital conversation.
Yes, so there's two portions, obviously. We've talked enough about the park that you know about it. But we also know that there's going to be some time before it really gets some full attention. And I think if the board so chooses, if you wanted to add a piece of equipment, a way you could do that is take a prior year surplus, that fund balance, appropriate, say, $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, and that would be a transfer to capital. And then obviously we would purchase that equipment and install that equipment there.
So I have a question about that, because I thought that we had funds in our operating budget under capital to do the repairs that have been identified to date. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Those repairs will still be done. There's really those, on both sides of the rocks, and I know some of those smaller implements.
So
have
the
been
problems that have been identified to us and other ones we may find can be taken care of out of
Yeah.
the budget already?
Yeah, this would
talking about
contemplate
replacement
a
of
bigger improvement
A new piece of
to the
equipment.
property.
Listen, I think that's all great, but I know that when you start these programs, there's gonna be so many people who wanna participate in that process. You're gonna have to get somebody in there to help, figure out what the equipment is and how do you have to rearrange this and this is not something that's gonna happen in 3 or 4 months' time. It's gonna take time to plan this.
It would take time.
Yeah,
yes.
and we need to continue to use it in its current form through the rest of the school year. We wouldn't begin to do we would replace those components that we've already talked about, those that need to be
Right.
replaced, that have been ordered, getting a new component. So we would make sure that that the park was addressed in the immediate.
Yeah.
So that we complete the school year and have a working playground until such time as the new one opens at Hutchinson, which would give us the time to do some of that work
Right.
specific to Julienne's.
I
and then
guess
put money to invest in
There
it.
was a whole plan that was developed by Junior League, and I'm sure it took them a long time to do it.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna do that plan?
I don't think we're going to do that plan. I think the purpose here would be try to get something to kind of get us in between that bridge.
A bridge to
And then when
that plan.
Junior League finishes their design, a goal, hopefully, to have something that could be incorporated into their larger design.
I, for one, would put money in for planning purposes, but not expect to do anything in the next fiscal year, because I just don't think you're going to be there.
Right.
It has to be approved by State Education Department, right? It has to be planned, designed, approved by State Education Department, and then bid.
We'll check on the, I'm not sure if you need a building permit for
think
playgrounds. That may
At
be
playgrounds
one.
are the one thing that SED doesn't need to approve, is what we
But
were
we would
told
still
at
wanna-
one point,
I
but
believe so.
I think
We'll
they-
double check.
I'll have to look, but anyway, I think they do, but whether or not they need it,
There's a process.
it's a process.
Is what you're sharing, sure.
And so let's put money in to do the process, and in the following year, we'll figure out how to pay for it. Because I just don't see this happening, and I don't want to throw money at something which isn't likely to happen in the next year. Yes, we have to make it safe, we have to replace the equipment that's broken, we have to do all of that. But, you know,
And that commitment is
whole-scale
there.
playground design and implementation is going to take a while.
Right, and that commitment is there to continue to keep it safe, keep it functional.
Yeah.
And,
For all of our
and
playgrounds.
address it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
For
way
all
I
of
look
it.
at it. I didn't understand that you were looking to do a whole new playground out of this next year.
Just a
Yeah.
portion. I mean,
Yeah,
again,
I
that
think
amount of
I think we're
money-
looking at moderate. We want to upgrade it from what it is, but I think to your point, it's not necessarily the fully
grand design.
re-envisioned.
It's a big
Playground.
property too, so there's.
It's a big property.
Yeah.
It
yeah.
is, yeah.
Okay.
The steps are fixed, the mulch is fixed, the
Yes.
graffiti's fixed. It's just the missing, the slide's broken and the tire swing
So,
is gone.
right, getting a new implement where the
So
tire
is
swing was.
this like the tire, replacing the tire swing? Is that what?
No, that's going to
No.
happen now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so tire swing, we'll find an implement that could go in that place. There's the zip line portion that will be replaced, that's on order. The circular slide is on order. And then on the other side of that rock, of course, you have the smaller pieces. And I think the thought there is, some of those pieces have been
Some
taken
of
out
those
as
are in
time.
bad shape.
And they could use replacement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was one consideration that we wanted to present to the board. And then the final one was, again, the conversation about interventionists. Should the board want to consider adding additional interventionists? Again, we believe this proposal is based on the data that we've seen that we feel will meet student need. But should you want to add additional flexibility, interventionist costs run at about $120,000, benefits included.
Yes.
And, sorry, Cheryl and Jim, would that just be, if this interventionist, if it was decided that there was need, would that just be a one-year position, or would that be something then that would need to be built into future budgets with the benefits and all of that?
Well, again, I think that's a,
so we have two open contingency
Right.
positions in the budget, which
do.
are full teaching positions, right? that
yes, we
could
have
be
two
permanent,
contingent at
right?
120,000.
Okay. So this would be on top of that.
It would be.
Where would they go?
Wherever the data shows they're needed, which is to be determined.
But I guess I'm saying, like, we already have two open positions, so do we need a third?
Well, we're still completing kindergarten registration and elementary
Okay.
registration, so we have 63 sections. And we have, obviously, we may need 64, we may need 62. We're still finishing where we are, and
Okay.
kids come up until the last day of school and the first few days of school, too, as Dr. Garcia's office will tell you.
And there's
then
a couple grades and at certain schools that we're looking
Very
to,
close.
that are close
A
to
couple of
needing
them are hitting
another
those
teacher.
numbers, which are catching our attention for sure.
So it could be bigger kindergarten.
Well, again, I don't know if they're quite at the kindergarten number. I think they're still collecting all the data. But certainly as we move up the other grades, people move into town too. And some sections where there were 2, they're pushing to 3, I think in some schools in the upper grades.
The contingency positions are not for interventionists.
Those
It's just for-
contingency
it could be
positions are
anything.
generally held, obviously, for
If the class size
once
is
after
too
the-
large.
After
or
the budget
something.
is established and say you have a number of students move into kindergarten at Siwanoy, and you need to add another section, obviously we want to be able to address that, so that's where.
But that's a good
they
question, though.
could
So
be.
they could be, if we
They could
don't
be.
need them for the other class sections, could they be interventionists?
Yeah.
You can go anywhere.
Yeah.
You can
Okay,
put them in
they
the
can
high
be
school,
anything.
put them in middle
Okay.
school.
Yeah, all right.
We used the contingency position a couple years ago for when we proposed the all virtual teacher at the elementary school, correct? Wasn't there a contingency
I
position?
think you're right. Yeah, I think
So,
you're
I
right.
mean, it can, once it's there, if it's not being used, it can be used for any number of needs.
Well, I would imagine the first few weeks of school will determine the immediate need for it, but then you would be able in a better position to reallocate that if you wanted to. But I just supposition, I don't know if that's true. But I can't imagine we're adding classes in the middle of the school year.
Usually, no.
No?
Usually, I think there would be a potentially additional support staff added as opposed to creating an additional section, like maybe a TA would be added.
How often do we use both contingencies?
But fairly frequent the last few
Generally, we
years.
use one, at least one.
Definitely one per year. Last couple of years, I think we've used both. Or we'll use pieces of it. Maybe, we'll use like a half at the high school.
Oh, that's right, you're half
you know.
people.
I mean, last year, we
Or
budgeted
point
60.
twos. One's-
You're
we were-
point two people.
one's point
We were
twos.
62 sections at the elementary school last year, and we ended up being 63 actual this year. So one of them was applied to the elementary level.
Okay. So this would be for essentially another salary line, with the intention of using it for interventionists if the need shows up.
Right. And I would just remind you that, this would require additional resources to fund this in the budget. So you'd be looking to apply additional reserves toward this, which, to Jim's reminder, something we generally.
Well, we haven't got to the last line yet.
Okay.
So that's sort of what I was getting at, was the,
Okay, well, we,
Yeah.
the sensitivity.
But you're
Well, I-
asking if it's a 1 year?
that's sort of what I was getting at, was the funding for this is for this year.
could- it could
And
be
who
for-
knows what's going to happen going forward, that if this is a position that we take on, then we'll need to be planning for going forward.
It
Well, it's
could-
not in the budget this year.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
not in
Yeah.
the budget. It could be added as a one-time position, or it could be continued. There
But it
are
doesn't
partic-
have to be perpetual.
I think there are some there could be labor implications around it. And I think that's something I know Dr. Garcia has consulted with the attorneys with regards to the federally funded positions. Putting in the general fund budget does, I don't have those details, right in front of me right now, but there could be additional labor implications for it.
This would be different than the federal funded positions. This would be a new position that was created if there were
Oh,
need
yes.
for it.
I mean, personally speaking, I trust budgeting process, I trust the administrative team, I trust the data that's presented to us to know that we are providing support to our students as it's been presented to us. I'm not comfortable adding an interventionist that would come with salary and benefits if it were proposed to be like a one-time, kind of akin to the grant funded, but using, I don't know if we could use reserve for this one-time expense, but we don't know what the needs are going to be next year. To me, it could be very short-sighted to add another full interventionist. If it's needed in next year's budget, we need more than what we proposed this year.
But that's why I asked the question earlier
Yeah.
about the flexibility into the year as we determine the data. So we don't have to necessarily do it now, but having that flexibility into the year, that's what.
So not to hire the person unless
So-
there's need.
Correct.
Vinnie,
Yeah.
what you're suggesting, I think, is maybe what Sue was getting at, is to have a third contingency position and not
I'm
to.
not saying a third.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I'm
a
not-
third
I'm saying
either.
that we
Okay, so
have
you're
just-
saying
yeah.
use the two contingency positions that we have now, which we always have
If
used in the
needed,
past
right.
for when needs arise. That's the purpose of
Right.
that.
And then if the data that we get, we find that we need even more to support our kids, then we'll address it.
I think that's
I
traditionally
mean, we're
what
not
we
gonna
do.
be frugal to it, we're gonna do what we have to do, is the bottom line.
So if you did that, really what you would be doing is you'd just be digging into the regular contingency. Right? Again, we've
Correct.
identified two positions as contingent positions, and we have, of course, a 2% contingency. This would be part of a further dig into that, if that's what the data
Correct.
And the
So
recommendation
we have a
was-
contingency, 2 contingency positions, and then 2% contingency
Well,
on
the-
top
the-
of that. So
the
they're different
contingent-
buckets, but
So
they're
that option-
basically can be the
I
That
should
same.
clear that up.
option's
The
on the
contingency
table.
positions are part of the 2%.
Okay.
So I want to make sure.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's an important point. You're right,
Yeah.
because that's not what I said.
So,
Right.
I mean,
Thank
needs
you for
arise,
Yeah.
needs arise throughout the year that we don't necessarily budget for, so that is something that can be addressed.
There's still another lever at the same time, if the board wanted to
Right,
appropriate
without adding it into the
another
budget.
position and hold that in abeyance, with the funding source being prior year surplus of fund balance, and it's never used, then the fund is never, it's no harm, no foul.
Exactly.
So,
So we just need
Yeah,
to know
I'd-
which
I'd-
direction you'd like to see us head.
I do appreciate your comments that, trusting the administrators and the budget process, but I do also want to have trust in the teachers that came to our work session and told us how important it was. And I did forward to everybody. I found Dr. Laura's written statements. I know you had a conversation with him recently, but what he had put in writing to us, recommending to keep all 4 positions. And he also comments about the principal's input into that too. So I'm trusting that too. And then, some of the input from the community and parents. I think, and as we said, there was a $5.5 million surplus over those COVID years. To say put $120,000 of that towards extra intervention support for the students, I think is not, it's not crazy.
I also would want to know where we're allocating that support. I know it would be data-driven, but I just want to make sure that that person be
I
working in
trust
the
the
right space
administrators
across
to
the district.
Use their judgment with
I
that.
guess I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also agreeing with Vinny that like if we have that in multiple areas of contingency and we realize that we need it, then we can pull that lever at that point. I don't know why we would complicate it and do it now when we seem to be being told that we're in pretty good shape for where we want to be at the start of the school year. Now, if we end up with more sections than we anticipated or something like that, then, as you said, we can.
well, again, you can't exceed the budget, so that's why, if you create that if you create a little additional capacity, and it's not filled, the fund isn't drawn down and nothing is spent.
Yeah, it just goes into next year's.
So,
fund.
and I know, I'm sure if it got to that point, I would imagine that there would be a superintendent discussion with the board.
Right.
As far as how that position would be filled. and
Well, I think
communication
you
with
have
that.
to have this discussion in conjunction with the next item on this agenda or this
Sure.
budget, which is reduction of tax levy,
So let's go there.
because,
Yeah,
you
that's a
know,
good point.
So that was part of the finance committee meeting. Again, the proposed budget.
Did you have something else you wanted to say?
Well, I mean, it was just a very basic thing, which I think, Cheryl, you brought up in your remarks when you were talking about the budget planning process, which is we got to this point where we are now, which is not where we started, because each administrator for each building had conversations with their teachers, surveyed the need in their buildings, and submitted their budget. Each separate administrator from each separate building does their own budget that then is built into your budget, and that's all in our budget book. That's where you started from. So the conversation that Dr. Laura had was representative of need at that particular time, and then things evolve over time, and this is where we are now. So there may be a little bit of a disconnect between the needs, or an evolution from the needs 3 or 4 months ago, or 5 months ago, and where we are now.
That's how the process works.
But that's not to say that the needs of each individual building were not considered when this budget was built, because that's where you start from.
Right. No, it's a fair point.
So the tax levy proposed is compliant with the tax cap. And as proposed, there was a levy increase of 2.62%. And again, as we looked at that, you have the operating portion and the capital portion. And to make up that 2.62%, the preliminary budget recommends applying $1.525 million of debt service fund to help push down the tax levy increase. And I think without that $1.5 million, you could actually have an allowable tax levy increase of 4.89%, which again is what nobody is advocating for at all this evening. As we look at that, and as the board did last year and has done in previous years, there is some maneuverability there. So if the board chooses to apply additional debt service funds, you could have you could have the resulting decrease in your allowable tax levy. Now again, I want you to think about it in two different ways. The tax levy is what the school district needs from the taxpayers. And the district, once the final budget is approved, the district will send a warrant to the tax collector for that amount of money. And then the tax collector then sends out those tax bills. And it's really broken first into two parts. You have your homestead and your non-homestead taxpayers. In rough proportions, about 80-20%. 80% of the residents, 20% are those non-homestead commercial properties. That's much different than the tax levy, because everybody's tax burden is different depending on the value of their home, the change in the value of their homes, and the change of the percentages of homestead properties versus non-homestead properties. So if you remember back to our Saturday meeting and my very long deck where we talked about the impact, there was a chart where it kind of talked about what the average, what this 2.62% does to the average homeowner with a house value of about $945,000 with the increase of 0.62%. And the resulting homeowner increase was about 2.1%. So I know it can get confusing. The tax levy increases by 2.62%. But to the average homeowner, and again, it's different for every homeowner, so and we actually have a worksheet in the budget book where people can work it out for themselves. It's about 2.1%. And I don't want to change the playing field and try to change horses as we move along, but I want to remind everybody kind of what we talked about at that first meeting. So if the board chooses to apply additional use of debt service fund, which would be my recommendation, you could certainly lower that, and that resultant number would be, you could get it, obviously, say you applied $1.6 million, you could lower the tax levy down to 2.5%. So the question would be, well, what is that going to do to the average homeowner if it's at that level? And if you did that, it could drop it to 1.99% to the average homeowner. Again, it's talking averages, and everybody's experience is different. You can tell I'm really being careful about how we talk about that. This year we did 165, I think was in our budget, so you would have a resultant tax increase of $1.675 million. The allowable tax levy would be 2.4, and an impact of about 1.88. And we get a lot of information from different associations on what other school districts are looking at, what their average tax levies are. Mr. Bryson and I have had discussions about this, so I'm going to mention it before he says it. If we were to go to an average levy of, say, 2.06%, you would need to apply about $1.9 million in debt service fund, and the resultant estimated impact for the average taxpayer would be about 1.55%. So I just kind of want to give you a scale and a little bit with some color on how that all shakes out, and I hope I didn't confuse the issue by adding this part into it.
Well, probably people who are listening out there may be confused, but I think it's clear.
I think they may have given up on us.
This is
They've all
true.
gone to bed.
This is true.
I think they're really concerned at the
Ian's lucky
final
he's on
number.
the West
You
Coast.
try to steal my thunder, but I'm not going to let you. I look at those comparative things every year and every week, because Cheryl sends them to us, and I look at it every week. And, what happens is everybody starts with a proposed tax levy increase somewhere up here, and then, as they have the same meetings that we're having, they start to chip away and it starts to drop. So when we started this, I think the average was 2.14%, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 2.16, something like that. And we were at 2.62. I go, okay, well, we're still above the third quartile, but that average has gone down, and now it's about 2.04%. Last one they sent us, I think that was what it was. So I always want to be in the second quartile because, that's the wrap, right? You talk to any real estate person who's there's different communities, Westchester, they'll say, oh, you're in Pelham, oh, high taxes.
Oh, that's
what
been
they
the
say.
reputation for
Oh,
the
Pelham,
entire
high
time I've lived
taxes.
here. Never
I mean,
changed.
my son bought a house in Rye, and you know, nevertheless, you talk to real estate people there, where do you live? Oh, to Pelham. Oh, high taxes. Well, you know what it costs to live in Rye, for Christ's sakes? So, you know, people are sensitive to that, and I think we need to bring it down, and this is a year to do it. You know, it's very hard to explain these reserves and, a tax increase in the third quartile. There's a disconnect there. And I think we need to address it. And maybe next year we'll have to do something different.
I'm not saying a word, but you know where I stand.
No, next year we may have to do something different. Maybe.
So I think we've heard from the finance, well, we've heard from the finance committee members who are all part of this first discussion. So I think we should probably hear from the rest of the board.
I'm sorry.
No, because we all had the same conversation. So
Yeah,
I think,
we did.
we're all pretty much in the same boat.
I don't know what the number is, but I mean, every year that we've been on the board, this is the moment in time where we've considered, do we use additional reserves than what's being proposed to soften the impact on our taxpayers? So, I'm all ears to what others are thinking about. Those points of comparison are certainly out there, and this is something that we've been intentional about for the last 5 years, as I know. So I'd like to see if we can do better than where we started.
I'm supportive.
I agree.
That's clearly my position. It's been it from day one.
I agree. I think we've had good conversations up to this point, and this is usually the time, in my recollection, when we start having this conversation, and now we're having
Sharpen the
it.
pencil.
Normally it comes earlier in the night.
Well, again, I wanted to provide options and let you know, again, what the levy number the impact would be to the levy number, because that's the published number.
Right.
But also, what does it mean to the average homeowner? Because that's what hits closest to home.
Yeah, because so those reports that John's referencing, that's the average tax levy. That's not the impact to the homeowner as you described.
But one thing you have to keep in mind about those is that, especially this year, there are some districts that are at zero because they got a lot of state aid, right? So they were able to, have more flexibility on a percentage basis, if that makes sense.
It's apples and oranges,
to go to
for sure.
zero. So when you have districts at zero, it's obviously going to pull the average down. Not that I'm saying they're not relevant, they're relevant, but I just don't want us to chase something that's not possible for us. We can't be, competing necessarily with every district that's gotten more state aid than we have.
But you can also look at our peer districts, because the districts that have 0%.
I'm not disagreeing with you, yeah, but I'm saying on the average, it pulls it down.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you don't like my average number, okay.
So John, where are you thinking?
What puts us in the second quartile?
What are you thinking?
Somewhere around 2, a little over 2. I'd like to,
So-
I think Vinnie would say under 2.
I would love it to see us under 2.
That was a guess.
I think this is the year, John said it before eloquently, I might add, that this is the year that I believe we can do that.
Can you remind us the implications of doing so?
Again, we have an estimated available debt service fund of 2.125. And I'm pulling off of the same sheet that I shared with the board at part of our budget discussion meeting. So it's kind of lets you know what the amount of the additional debt service fund would have the impact on the tax levy. So again, that would, you can do that. I would just remind folks, if you're going to apply it, you want to expect to use it. Of course, we'll be diligent and judicious in how we apply the budget and be responsible next year. But those are things that may not be there in the following year. So it's just, we need to be mindful of that.
I get it.
Yep.
Could you just remind us how the debt service fund gets funded?
So the debt service fund is funded through remaining funds from capital projects. And unfortunately, you're not able to fund it through like a fund balance to debt service fund transfer. So, I mean, this is where we are right now as we wind down our projects for the 2018 capital project. We could very well see some addition to that debt service fund when we're done with our obligations for the 18 project.
And that's at the time that we were talking about rolling off the debt, or could be prior to that?
We should be done in the next year or two with our 18 bond.
Okay.
But again, we've done the borrowing, and if we have any residual dollars left over, those dollars would then flow down
Gotcha.
to the debt service
Okay,
fund
thank
and
you.
be eligible to be used in the same manner that we're discussing them tonight.
But we might not need them.
You may not.
So one of the examples you gave was using 1.9 of
I
the
did.
2.1.
So if you did 1.9 million, that puts you at 2.06, which Mr. Mazzaro.
So close, come
And an average estimated impact of 1.55%.
Okay, stop with the average estimated impact stuff.
I've heard
And
you.
what's-
Something with a one handle
I was
looks a
saying, what's the
lot
next
better.
one?
So,
And so if you go up to 2,
on my chart here, 1.975 puts you at 1.95. I don't know if 1.99 works for the board.
He's like, I knew you could do it, Jim.
I knew you could. Vinny, I'm cheating because I have the chart in front of me.
I was gonna say, I need to look over here.
Yeah, I don't know, I closed the tab, but yeah.
I will follow Vinnie's lead on this one.
Okay, so if I'm understanding the board's direction, that's kind of.
Well, again, I think we should
below.
hear,
What do you think?
wait, I think
Ian,
we
we
should
haven't
hear
heard
from the
from you. What do you think,
non-finance
Ed?
committee board members, so.
So I think the proposal on the table is using
Yeah.
1.975 thousand out of the debt service to reduce the tax levy to 1.95.
I'm totally in support. I mean, it'll be important to see the numbers, but directionally, that sounds like it would be greatly appreciated by Pelham residents.
I agree.
And what if, in the future, if we don't have the debt reserve fund, then does that put the risk that there'll be much higher
Yes.
tax levy increases?
So if those monies are utilized and you don't have the debt service fund, it's part of the capital exclusion. So then in order to raise funds to service that debt, you'd need the 50% vote plus 50% plus one, because it's part of the regular capital exclusion.
That's what I was asking, that's what I was asking Jim to explain, how we're able to refund the debt service fund.
Right.
There might be some more money once Hutch and Prospect and all that work is finished.
We're pushing for it.
Hopefully.
Yes. So that's kind of our goal.
When we know that?
Well, we really want to finish our cost reports and get the contractors, at least if they can finish a punch list, I'd like to.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to put pressure on you. I'm
Yeah.
I'm just curious as what the. Yeah, I'm just kind of, yes, I know there's some issues out there.
Yeah.
So I just curious, is like, before the vote, I know, but sometime in the early summer?
I think it would probably be later.
Later? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we'd probably close the capital project down until this time next year.
No, but we'll get a good sense.
Yes, I would agree. Really, once that site work is done in the summer.
Yeah,
work is
you'll be
done.
99% certain.
Yeah.
Sure.
Leah, did you?
Vinny just convinced me.
I do want to see that.
If I
picture.
can,
remember seeing it before.
if I could summarize
be
what
very-
we've heard from the board today,
Maybe here, not in my own house.
No, you don't.
going back to the super,
And I don't.
You have all the things.
Right.
just going
Right,
back to the
so-
superintendent's expenditure chart here, where we showed some of those changes from the preliminary budget for the expenditures, we're going to make those changes. On the revenue budget for the revenue, we will add that additional tuition revenue. The board is in agreement to utilize additional prior year surplus with the basic understanding that that's being applied towards one-time purchases of furniture and vehicles. Okay, we're going to hold on anything large scale at Julianne's. If anything, it would just be planning, funding for some sort of planning.
Yeah, that's all we're doing.
Okay. And then the interventionist, as I understand it, we'll add a third contingent position and increase prior year surplus by the equal amount? Or do you just leave it at 2% contingency and it rides that way?
I don't have a problem adding another contingency position targeted towards an interventionist.
I prefer that.
Rather than relying on the contingency.
That's what I was
It
gonna
just
say.
gives us a little bit
you
more
know-
capacity if we need it.
If that's your recommendation, then that seems.
And again, if it's not needed, it's not spent.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
That's the way I look at it.
So it'll be
I'm
used
fine
as
with
a
that.
wait and see. It will budget for it, but it'll be a wait and see.
Yes, and I would imagine again that the superintendent would have a conversation
Yeah,
with
it
the board
shows
at that time.
We need it.
It's targeted that way, you know?
Yeah. It's not an unusual, or it is an unusual application for the third year, and I think we would treat it that way as we go through the budget year.
So sorry, Jim, I just want to clarify, this would be in addition to the already existing 2% contingency?
Yeah, we would just bump it up another 120,000, but really hold that as another contingent position.
Thank you.
Targeted towards an interventionist.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does this feel comfortable to everybody? The goal is to use all of these sessions to work collaboratively and to try and work towards a consensus. Becomes the board's budget once we vote on it.
It's the budget.
It's the budget.
We got Jim the magician over there.
That's right. Rabbits, hats.
Okay.
And that's
All
our
kinds of
next
things.
meeting.
Yes.
We're
Yeah, we
voting.
vote on the 19th, which please remember to be here on a
It's a
Tuesday, not a
On
Wednesday.
a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make a
Put
suggestion,
that on
given
the
that it's already 11 o'clock? Can we focus on kind of trying to move through the rest of the
Absolutely.
agenda
Or maybe just,
Well,
quickly, concisely?
So we have a, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of consents in the future of this meeting, so I couldn't consent the budget discussion, though.
I just suggesting that.
You know I will consent what I can. Okay, so I am going to take the motion to recess to a public meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Thank you. Do I have a second?
second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, Ian, every time you do that, I forget that you're on the screen.
It's a little
Okay.
delay,
And,
that's
and
okay.
and actually, believe it or not, I have a meeting that I have to go to here in Los Angeles. So, Jessica and Sue, I just sent you a text.
Oh,
So I
I'm
actually
sorry.
have to- I actually have to,
I got it.
Okay.
but I presume we've
Yes.
worked through all the major items, yeah.
Yes, and we don't have any public left, so I think you're here for the meat of it.
Okay.
Okay, have a good meeting.
All right. Yeah.
Bye, Ann.
Safe trip.
And that continues. All right.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye. Bye.
Enjoy the sunshine.
Okay, so Pauline, I hope I'm allowed to do this, but I'm going to consent 7.2 to,
We have a public
Just a
hearing.
hearing.
you have to talk about it? I thought it was
You
just
have to-
because we have nobody here.
You have to open it and close it. I'm sorry.
Well, I opened it. Okay, I'm going to open it, and then can I consent the next two? Okay, I'd like to take a motion to convene a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution that will increase the limits applied for school taxes to alternative veterans exemption contained within.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Oh, go
All
ahead.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, no communications and comments from the public. I can't take a consent of the next two either. Motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
What did we just have the public hearing for?
The veterans exemption.
Something that
didn't-
we're going to vote on in the next section.
You have to open it for public
consent the
comment.
whole rest of this.
I'm going to consent
Yeah.
financial reports and motions.
It's like one of those weird.
Do I have a motion to
Procedural.
reconvene in public meeting?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, next is financial reports and motions. I'm going to consent all of it, except for the donation, and Jim, if there's anything that you want to highlight, please do. So can I have a motion to consent 8.1 to 8.8?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Or any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll take 8.9 by itself because it's a donation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Michael. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a monetary donation of $250 to support the Acapelicans, an a cappella group at Pelham Memorial High School, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Pelham Country Club,
Nice.
Very
which is
nice.
very nice.
I like that.
They did a very nice job singing at the holiday celebration at the country club. It was
Oh, that's
very
nice.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking it was an interesting donor, so anyhow. And then be it further resolved that there's a recommendation of the superintendent of schools that we accept a donation of raised planters and outdoor chalkboard and landscaping services at Colonial Elementary School, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Colonial Elementary School PTA. Plans are in the works.
Yeah, they did
Very nice.
they did a
Terrific job. Small.
minor renovation of the backyard of the house.
Cool. You're going to go check out the flowers in the back of your office? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, at least it's a third reading. We have policy monitoring, only one policy.
Hey, can I make a motion that we put this off to the next business meeting? Just because, table it, I mean,
This is the third reading.
It's a third reading.
And there hasn't been any changes to it.
oh, okay, never mind.
I'd like to keep moving on because we have a
Okay.
lot personally, but
This is the third reading of the Dignity for All Students policy that we have discussed now for many, many times. Our attorney has looked at it more than one time. There were no comments or changes at the last meeting. And we decided that we would hold it for a third reading until this meeting so that there was more time for comment, and there were no comments. So that's it.
So you're making a motion to,
I make a motion to adopt this policy.
Second.
okay, any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, I'd like to consent 10.1 to 10.4. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. With a yawn. Any additions? Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Section 11, as promised by Ms. Matthews, we have a Schedule D. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? It's a busy time of year for CSD meetings. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No new business, no public left. We've sent them all away. So, Ms. Tabaj,
Madam President, would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
Good night. Or almost good morning.
I'm not even going up to that.